Welcome, everybody, to Flat Earth Nation. It is a Flat Earth Nation. Don't let them tell you anything else unless they're willing to debate you in a fair and honest way. So the world is at war still. Not only are we in the continuous spiritual war, the war of our reset, of Satan being loosed, that was only an armistice in World War One, where Russia, Germany, France, and United States supposedly settled everything, but then signed an armistice. Well, Russia's back at it, and Germany, Ukraine. This is a setup. This is a setup, and it goes back to the common law and everything. So let me pull up a screen to start sharing because this is going to be a marathon. First, from today, the Ice Age farmer, Christian from the Ice Age farmer, wheat prices are getting ready to soar. You might think that's not a big deal, but the United States doesn't control their own wheat. Two ships were hit as a part of this war. Everything is blockaded. There's not going to be import, export of food as usual. This just was not part of their plan. This was nothing here is coming as a surprise to the world. It would appear that they've done, they knew last year this was coming. China, we just slapped the sanctions on China. China yawned. No, we slapped the sanctions on Russia, said you can't sell wheat to Europe anymore. And for decades, China's been going, who controls 50% of the wheat in the world? Ukraine, Russia controls 30%. And now Russia has control of them. And China, after decades of saying, we don't buy Russian rice, any wheat, I mean, because we're afraid of fungus. The day that the sanctions were announced, suddenly China said, the fungus problem is gone and we'll buy all, your economy is not damaged by the United States sanctions. Welcome, AM Pro AM. Glad to see you, brother. We're going to be starting out, we're talking about what could go wrong. Well, here's an example, and I'm just, talking to a friend here, AM Pro AM. I've always, used Roundup glyphosate on the farm when I was a young boy. I worked at a place that sold anhydrous ammonia, which is basically concentrated Roundup. Didn't know about glyphosates or anything until I was well into my 40s. Don't like glyphosates. And now, since there's this embargo, the Black Sea is shut down, glyphosate production has been stopped for 3 months. So a lot of people in my world are going, hooray, finally, it is a poison to the world. There's no good from glyphosate. And yet, 98% of the world depends on food that can't grow without glyphosates because we've so damaged the nitrogen levels in the soil. So, yay, we don't get to wean off glyphosate in certain areas. It's just all of a sudden the food's not going to grow. This is the manufactured crisis for the end. Farmers around here are constantly using it. They have to. And believe it or not, I was shocked because Christian, he has so many subscribers. He has 250,000 subscribers. It's how he makes his living. So he doesn't like you to show his videos. You can't just show them. But here's what he said. Ukraine and Russia grains, 30% of the world's global exports, are no longer moving as 3 merchant ships have been hit in the Black Sea, including one chartered by Cargill, to move grains. Brazil is frantic after fertilizer imports from Russia are threatened. The global food trade is coming to a screeching halt, and food prices are exploding even further as the conflict escalates. This is only the second day blitzkrieg. So this was, and he's the one who brought to mind, yeah, we don't like glyphosate, but it's going to cause all kinds of problems where people are going to be, nobody likes to watch people starving either. Bayer declares force majeure after manufacturing failure. What is this force majeure? Well, we'll get into it, but it means literally superior force, by an overwhelming force. It is a common law clause in contracts, which everyone still uses today, only excluding the, act of God. So war is not an act of God. Any results of negligence, malfeasance, we're going to get into that. We're going to be looking at, what is the clean hands when it comes to common law. Do the people that rule over you have to have clean hands? Did they have to start their court system with clean hands, or everything they do is unclean hands, which renders every verdict they've ever done null and void, because they can't rule. No court can rule with unclean hands, as we'll find out. We hope to get into kinetic theory, which hopefully explains kinetic art, which is so much different than kinetic energy, and why they love it. I'm going to look at, when did the motion picture, even the quality of the 35 millimeter really start. You'll be shocked to find out it was the 1840s. We'll be getting into all kinds of mind-blowing evidences of still photography in 1886 of a horse in motion, so that they could use it to program future computers, animate holograms. Something was going on, but it's been in the works since. If you study my timelines, early 1840s led to the Great Revival, and then they had this guy. In 1816, he laid an 8-mile length of iron wire between wooden frames. He was making movies. In 1841, we'll get to the bottom of so much. We'll find out it was old Francis Paco Ronalds that began the 35 millimeter revolution, invented a, in quotes, movie camera in 1845, and it could take this quality of picture. This is a picture of a picture. In 1845. Hello, everybody. Welcome to your real world. We'll hopefully have time to talk about grading quartz crystals to be, whether they're piezoelectric, so that they could be used in watches, as we'll be able to track real history through the use of that knowledge of piezo quartz. And when did Seiko's and the others start making watches that relied on pinions and pendulums and gears powered by crystals? We're studying the law of the Persian Jews. Hopefully, Lord willing, we'll get to that. We're going to study Charles Francis Drew. And when you see Charles Francis Drew, you'll find out that the United States has a hidden history that is unbelievable, because that man was supposedly black, African American, discriminated against in the United States in 1950 because of our racist one drop rule. Why couldn't somebody like Charles Drew, uh, the man who researched and led the field of blood transfusions, why couldn't he be on? Why did he have to protest the American Red Cross in 1950? Because he's black. And America had the same South African anti-apartheid one drop rule as South Africa. Then he couldn't be in the movies. He Negro blood, as they called it in World War II, after the so-called surprise invasion of Pearl Harbor. Red Cross said, we don't want no black blood. That won't work for white people. How recent is our reset? How cool are we really? The people who won the war? We're going to get back into that common law, how it was applied, and how right now we're finding out from China, this is a continuation from 1922, when after World War I, China was subjected to what they called unfair contracts. China got screwed. Their mafia worked in the background, and they thought revenge is a dish best served cold. And it's going to be, it has been, death by 1,000 cuts, since they caused us to lose the Vietnam War that the United States faked, because we were supposed to be the people to end communism. But communism didn't end, did it? Because right now it may sound hollow that the United States is casting dispersions to Russia and saying Russia's trying to influence Ukraine, when we've been caught trying to influence Ukraine as recently as February 6th, telling them that if this happens and they restructure, what type of a government we expect from Ukraine. If you doubt that, let me show you.
Are discussing who should and should not be in a Ukrainian government, hint at some possibility of U.S. interference here?
Absolutely not. It should be no surprise that U.S. officials talk about issues around the world. Of course we do. That's what you do. That's what diplomats do, and discuss especially issues where we've been closely engaged. You know, the secretary met with the opposition this weekend. He stopped by a meeting with the foreign minister. It's up to the people of Ukraine, including officials from both sides, to determine the path forward. But it shouldn't be a surprise that there are discussions about events on the ground.
This was more than discussions, though. This was two top U.S. officials that are on the ground discussing a plan that they have to broker a future government and bringing officials from the UN to kind of seal the deal. This is more than the U.S. trying to make suggestions. This is the U.S. midwifing the process.
Well, Elise, you're talking about a private diplomatic conversation. Those happen all the time. Of course, as part of private diplomatic conversations, there are discussions about what involvement the UN can have, what involvement or engagement should happen on the...
Or he is on this stuff. But I think your argument to him, which you'll need to make, I think that's the next phone call we want to set up, is exactly the one you made to Yachts. And I'm glad you sort of put him on the spot on where he fits in this scenario. And I'm very glad he said what he said in response.
Good. So I don't think cleats should go into the government. I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's a good idea.
That sounds like the United States just said, Well, the guy that's hanging out with Arnold Schwarzenegger and Sylvester Stallone, he's not a good fit for your new government. And the United States doesn't meddle, but we're the good guys? No. The narrow road has good people on it and wolves who we need to watch out for. More on that later.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you think, what, in terms of him not going into the government, just let him sort of stay out and do his political homework and stuff. I'm just thinking, in terms of sort of the process moving ahead, we want to keep the moderate Democrats together. The problem is going to be Tony Book and his guys. And, you know, I'm sure that's part of what Yanukovych is calculating on all of this.
I think Yats is the guy who's got the economic experience, the governing experience. He's the guy, you know, what he needs is Cleach and Tony Book on the outside. He needs to be talking to them 4 times a week. You know, I just think Cleach going in.
The ground, that shouldn't be a surprise. Of course, these things are being discussed. It doesn't change the fact that it's up to the people on the ground. It is up to the people of Ukraine to determine what the path forward is.
But you're clearly
Shit!
trying to influence.
Has my microphone been working? Is there anybody still here? So people are responding, but then I just noticed that my microphone was off. What has been going on here? This was such important stuff. No comments in a while. Am I even on the air here? Oh, what? Oh, okay. Well, at least AM Pro AM is here. Thank you. And Headley Man. You heard the video. You didn't get to see it. Okay, well, we're going to go back over it again because what was going on here is too important for Flat Earth Nation people to miss. And, oh, I hope that didn't mess up because, honestly, the spirit is moving. It was moving and it's going to be moving. It was such a powerful demonstration of how we've been lied to. Picking it back up, the more of the background, let me try to make this as engaging as possible. They were looking for a path forward to influence. This is from as late as February 6, 2014. Senior U.S. State Department official Victoria Nuland has allegedly been caught giving a harsh message to the EU while discussing Ukraine opposition leaders' role in the country's future government. The phone call was taped and posted on YouTube. I just showed and played part of it. You might have heard it. U.S. officials refused to confirm or deny the tape's authenticity. But State Department spokesperson Jan Psaki said that she didn't see it as inauthentic. While being grilled about this and other tape-related statements, Psaki hinted that the tape could have been leaked by Moscow. But, you know, if it was leaked by Moscow, it had to be only to embarrass the United States, of course.
Tweet about it, so that's what I was noting.
That's your suspicion. You didn't, I mean, you said this is a new low in Russian tradecraft. That implies that you believe it is their responsibility.
Well, I think I was pretty clear in answering Matt's question that I don't have any independent information on the origin of the YouTube video, but obviously they were the first ones to post on Twitter about it, which is an indication. But again, I don't know. I don't have any independent. So with your
wait, sorry, can I keep going? Because the Russians have repeatedly accused the United States government of interfering in Ukraine's politics. Mm-hmm. The U.S. government has, to some degree, made reciprocal claims about Russia. Does not the fact that U.S. diplomats purportedly are discussing who should and should not be in a Ukrainian government hint at some possibility of U.S. interference here?
Absolutely not. It should be no surprise that U.S. officials talk about issues around the world. Of course we do. That's what you do. That's what diplomats do, and discuss especially issues where we've been closely engaged. You know,
flag, correct? I mean, you do have, that is an opinion of the United States. It doesn't mean that you're going to foist that or force it on the people of Ukraine, but you do have an opinion, correct?
Well, Matt, I would caution everybody, one moment, we're talking about a couple of minutes from a recorded call. That doesn't reflect every conversation that's happened, every debate that's happened, every internal conversation that's happened.
Well, you're right, you're absolutely right. But you do have, here is the case where an official, two officials are talking about a preference for what one opposition or several opposition leaders should do, whether they should be in or stay out of the government. Is that not correct? So you do have an opinion about what you think would be best.
Well,
and I'm not sure that that's so.
I'm not.
That's
we have
bad.
Opinions about a range of issues.
Okay.
That shouldn't be a surprise.
So here's my. So I would just. So when you get a question about whether you think it would be good or bad for politician X or Y, country X or Y, to run for office, or any office, I don't think that it is honest for you to say, no, we don't have an opinion, and it's completely up to the people of country
Matt,
X.
there's a
And I specifically mean, in this case, I'm talking about Egypt.
Sure. Well, let me just make one comment here. There is a difference between private discussions that happen in the interagency process, in the building, and what we convey publicly as a U.S. government.
What?
In the interagency process, in the building, and what we convey publicly as a U.S. government. And we have a responsibility to convey what our position is. Of course, you're discussing a range of options on a range of issues. That's what you do as
I'm sorry,
a diplomat.
if you're saying privately behind the scenes that you're cooking up a deal, and then you're saying publicly that this is up for Ukrainians to decide, those are two totally different things. I understand that diplomatic discussions are sensitive and you don't want everything to come out, but those are two totally different.
The complicated electron here, especially the announcement of him as Deputy Prime Minister, and you've seen some of my notes on the troubles in the marriage right now, so we're trying to get a read really fast on where he is on this stuff. But I think your argument to him, which you'll need to make, I think that's the next phone call we want to set up, is exactly the one you made to Yachts. And I'm glad you sort of put him on the spot on where he fits in this scenario. And I'm very glad he said what he said in response.
Good. So I don't think cleats should go into the government. I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you think, and I'm very glad he said what he said in response.
Good. So I don't think cleats should go into the government. I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's for you, Jeff.
Yeah.
Can't remember if I told you this or if I only told Washington this, that when I talked to Jeff Feltman this morning, he had a new name for the UN guy, Robert Seri. Did I write you that this morning?
Yeah, I saw that.
He's now gotten both Seri and Ban Ki-moon to agree that Seri could come in Monday or Tuesday.
Okay.
So that would be great, I think, to help glue this thing and have the UN help glue it. And, you know, fuck the EU.
No, exactly.
What? Victoria Nealon working way up there for the president.
Help glue it. And, you know, fuck the EU.
No, exactly. And I think we've got to do something to make it stick together, because you can be pretty sure that if it does start to gain altitude, the Russians will be working behind the scenes to try to torpedo it. And again, the fact that
those bastards, those guys. So this is our world today. This is where we're at. They're, you know, hey, this is us, you know, content providers reacting to a war in Russia with protagonists that when I was a child, we laughed at. I'd rather be dead than red. They'll never make it. How do they think that they can do it? You have to be capitalist. We have to feed them. They're so stupid. And in the meantime, they're going, we're not stupid. We're going to end up selling you the rope that we hang you with and make us dig our own graves is a distinct possibility. Oh, there's a couple of things that I do want to.
That Reuters to report here, Ukraine shuts ports as the conflict threatens global grain supplies. Quote, Ukraine's military has suspended commercial shipping at its ports after Russian forces invaded the country.
And you can see here that they were hit by a projectile. And one thing that we've learned, Mr. Matt G, about Soviet weapons during the first day and a half. Now, I don't know if it's true, but apparently the United States, our government, we suck at those strategic airstrikes, because it's like every missile that Russia has sent has hit its target. And, in the United States, it's usually kind of like, they'll show you some pinpoint accuracy, but that's not a high percentage of those smart bombs. Things have, since those wars in the Gulf, things have really picked up. So, I was up late. I got so much sleep. I got too much sleep. That's why, I had one cup of coffee now, but because I want to get back I got off the schedule and with planning, to drive Tommy to Houston and stuff. But yeah, man, I hope I don't look tired. I don't feel tired. I'm ready to go and just see what the war brings, because you never know if, we could just okay, we know everything about the news now and just switch gears and say, let's drop in on the United Nations.
The past 2 years marked by the COVID-19 pandemic have been extremely challenging. The pandemic has a harsh health-related economic and social impact on people all around the world. It has additionally threatened the health and livelihood of the most vulnerable individuals, households, and communities. Although the burdens were difficult for all, there can be no doubt that developing countries were among the most severely affected. They are facing grave economic downturns, and their already fragile systems are overstressed. Acting in solidarity, Slovenia has already spent almost 12 million euros on the fight against COVID-19 in partner countries. Still, the spread of new mutations is a constant painful reminder that the fight is far from over. Nevertheless, unlike 2 years ago, we now have greater experience and better means to respond effectively, most importantly with the COVID-19 vaccines. Achieving and securing universal access to vaccines is of paramount importance.
Good boy.
Science has delivered, and our solidarity is put to test. The Slovenian government has been active.
Man, I'll tell you, what happened in the last 2 years in my world, and I'll be honest with you, Matt G, the last 2 years have been, Randy and I were right on the verge of breaking the world open to the rocks are body parts. We had PhDs from Spain, Norway, and Brazil on board, ready to look at live rocks. And then the next thing you know, here comes, oh no, 5G, the whole world locked down. But that's my own selfish world. By this time 2 years ago, we could have had people around the world going, yep, found gold here in these rocks, and that helical heart swirl led us right to the tellurides that are stored in the nerves of the Nephilim that used to pour out their senses before God, but now they don't. But we don't live on our own time schedule now, do we? we don't really turn our own hearts where we want to go. Not if we're kings and priests and peculiar people who've been born again, given a new heart that changed us. That doesn't apply to us. I got to open up a new tab on that one. Am I going to be sharing when I do it? Somebody want to? I'm pulling up a Bible verse about something I just said. I don't know. Who are we? Let's go to that John chapter 3. That seems to settle it for a lot of people. Born again Christians. We got to, don't worry. This is right here waiting for us. I know you want to know about, how it ended up in all contracts in the world today. If it's common law and common law is not in use, baloney, common law is not in use. Did you hear me say baloney? This is right here waiting for you. But first we got skip this guy, get back to John 3:16. John 3:3. Jesus answered him, truly, truly, I say to you, unless one is born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God. Nicodemus said to him, does this have anything to do with my mother's womb? About what do you mean I have to be, my second birth is that? How can I, what are you talking about? Am I going to enter my mother's womb? Let's get that right out of the way. And the thing is, it's supposed to be scoffed at, snorted at. Oh, come on, man. Because Jesus went on to say in verse 5, truly, truly, I say to you, unless one is born of water and of the Spirit. Now, we know how a person is born of the water. That's what Nicodemus is referring to when you were in a bag of water, a la placenta. He cannot enter the kingdom of God without the second birth of the Spirit. Verse 6, that which is born of the flesh is flesh, and that which is second birth, which is born of the Spirit, is spirit. Do not be amazed, do not marvel that I said to you, you must be born again, because the Spirit blows where it wishes. And you hear its sound, but you do not know where it comes from or where it goes. So it is with everyone who is born of the Spirit. Amazed, remember he was marveling, Nicodemus said to him, how can these things be? So Jesus responded to him in verse 11, truly, truly, I say to you, we speak of what we know and bear witness to what we have seen. In this case, you might want to say, I've seen the tree limbs moving because of the Spirit. But you do not receive our testimony. If I have told you earthly things and you do not believe, how can you believe if I tell you heavenly things? No one has ascended into heaven except Jesus, he who descended from heaven, the Spirit made flesh, Jesus, the Son of Man. And as Moses symbolically was lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, so must the Son of Man be lifted up, and that whoever believes in him may have eternal life. For God so loved the world that he gave his only Son, that whoever believes in him should not perish, but have eternal life. For God did not send his Son to the world to condemn the world, but that in order that the world might be saved through him. Whoever believes in him is not condemned, but whoever does not believe is condemned already. This is you before your second birth, because you have not believed in the name of the only incarnate Son of God. And this is the judgment, that light has come into the world, and people loved the darkness rather than the light because their works were evil. For everyone who does wicked things hates the light and does not come to the light, lest his works should be exposed. But whoever does what is true comes to the light, so that it may be clearly seen that his works have been carried out in God. And this is how you shall know them, by their fruits. The world that was sent into Cosmon, 46 uses out of the 186 in total of the Strong's 2889 in your Greek. That is the world. The world. This is our creation. John loves that word. Paul used it in Acts 17. Paul used it in Romans, Corinthians, 1 Timothy, Hebrews. John used it in his first and second epistles. It's our world that we live in. He wrote that book of Romans. And he told us how you really, how are we heirs with Christ? How did it all go down? Because somehow there are a people, it says so in verse 9, that back then they were not in the flesh. We want to emulate them, and that spirit leads us to believe that we are not in the flesh. I know I'm definitely trying hard not to be in the flesh, but in the spirit at all times, because it's better for us. So it reminded them that you, however, are not in the flesh, but in the spirit, if in fact the Spirit of God dwells in you. Anyone who does not have the Spirit of Christ does not belong to him. But if Christ is in you, although the body is dead because of sin, the Spirit is life because of righteousness. If the Spirit of him who raised Jesus from the dead dwells in you, he who raised Christ Jesus from the dead will also give life to your mortal bodies through his Spirit who dwells in you. So then, brothers, here comes that money, that debt, that good thing that we're redeemed thing, because of the debt we owed. So then, brothers, we are debtors not to the flesh to live according to the flesh. For if you live according to the flesh, you will die. But if by the Spirit you put to death the deeds of the body, you will live. For all who are led by the Spirit of God are sons of God. For you did not receive the spirit of slavery to fall back into fear. No, we received the spirit of slavery for another reason. Because it's not denying that we don't and aren't in the spirit of slavery. I know I am. But I know that I didn't receive it to fall back into fear, but I have received the spirit of adoption as sons, by whom we cry, Abba, Father, the Spirit himself bears witness with our spirit that I am a child of God. And if a child, then an heir, heir of God, and fellow heirs with you, with Christ, provided we suffer. Well, check that, I have suffered with him in order that we may also be glorified with him. If there's no other, why would I have been doing all of this suffering or allowing it, or people yelling in my face for no apparent reason, down to gangrene. Verse 18, for I consider that the sufferings of this present time are not worth comparing with the glory that is to be revealed to us. For the creation waits with eager longing for the revealing of the sons of God. For the creation was subjected to futility not willingly, but because of Christ, who subjected it in hope that the creation itself will be set free from its bondage to corruption and obtain the freedom of slavery that's not of fear, but in hope that the creation itself will be set free from its bondage to corruption and obtain the freedom of the glory of the children of God. For we know that the whole creation has been groaning together in the pains of childbirth until now. They were talking about their imminent rescue, and 25 years goes by very quickly. 23, verse 23. And not only the creation, but they themselves, and now we who have they had the first fruits, it's the same Spirit, we the second, groan inwardly as we wait for adoption as son, which is the full metamorphosis of our redeemed bodies by his precious blood. Verse 24, for in this hope we are and were saved. Now hope that is seen is not hope, for who hopes for what he sees? But if we hope for what we do not see, we wait for it in patience. Likewise, the Spirit helps us in our weakness, for we do not know what to pray for as we ought, but the Spirit himself intercedes for us with groanings too deep for words. And he who searches the hearts, and there is one only omniscient Spirit God incarnated as Jesus Christ in the flesh, that knows what is in the mind of the Spirit, because the Spirit intercedes for the saints for one reason, according to the will of God. And we know that for those who love God, all things work together for good, all the suffering. For those who are called according to his purpose, for those whom he foreknew, he also predestined to be conformed to the image of his Son, in order that they might be the firstborn, we will be the secondborn, among many, hallelujah, brothers and sisters. And those whom he predestined, he also called. And those whom he called, he also justified. And those whom he justified, he also glorified. What shall we say then to these things? If God is for us, we had nothing to do with it. But who can be against us? He who did not spare his own Son, but gave him up for us, how will he not also with him graciously give us all things? Who shall bring any charge against you? God's elect. It is God who justifies. Who is going to condemn you? Christ Jesus is the one who died, more than that, who was raised, who is at the right hand of God, who indeed is interceding for us. Who shall separate us from the love of Christ? Shall tribulation, or distress or persecution or famine or nakedness or danger or sword, as it is written, for your sake we are being killed all day long. We are regarded as sheep to be slaughtered. They were, and some were slaughtered, and others were faithful to the end. The world we live in today. Verse 37, we will remain like them. We will not fear persecution, famine, nakedness, danger, or sword, because in all these things, we still and also will be more than conquerors through him who loves us. While we were yet in our sins, he loved us. For I am sure that neither death nor life, nor angels nor rulers, nor things present, nor things to come, nor powers, nor height, nor depth, nor anything else in all creation will be able to separate us from the love of God in Christ Jesus. So as we go forward, we realize who we are in Christ, and we need to have a very firm grasp on knowing Christ, because many people will think they knew Christ. And Christ, why am I not feasting on the hidden manna with you? Like many vagabond Jews, the sons of Sceva, they'll be able to say, I cast out demons in your name. Yet Jesus will say, sorry, I don't even know who you are, but depart from me, you are wretched and vile, and you're not going to get no hidden manna. So it's very important that we actually know Christ, and not just that we heard him preach in the streets. You better understand that he is God in the flesh. He is the image of the invisible God. He is the firstborn of all creation, because there was only the Spirit God. Yet as he spoke and the word came to life as a battery powered vortex, electrically moving Mobius strip in a swastika universe, is all things for him, by him, all things were created in heaven and earth, things visible or invisible, whether thrones or dominions or rulers or authorities, all things were created through him and for Christ, for him, because he is before all things, and in him all things hold together. The power of his magnetic field, and he is the head of the body of the church. He is the beginning, the firstborn from the dead, that in everything he may be preeminent. For in him all the fullness of God was pleased to dwell, and through him to reconcile to himself all things, whether on earth or in heaven. The only way that was legally able to redeem and make it legal tender, his precious blood on the cross, he was able to make peace. Verse 21, and we who once were alienated and hostile in mind, doing evil deeds, O Father, thank you for reminding us of your wonderful forgiveness. Verse 22, he is now reconciled in his body of flesh by his death, in order to present you holy and blameless and above reproach before him, legally redeemed. Again, that was a promise. It comes with conditions, which is why the new fake Jews of the United Nations created in 1948, they just don't get it. The promises that were made to you came with conditions. You every time failed until you killed God in the flesh because you wanted to make money. And then so you sit there wondering, why me? Well, why not you? Now he has reconciled in his body of flesh by his death in order to present you holy and blameless and above reproach before him, if indeed you continue in the faith, stable and steadfast, not shifting from hope of the gospel that you heard, which has been proclaimed in all creation back then and now will also be again under heaven, of which we are now the ministers, a flat earth nation, golden age past. And the weight has been put on our shoulders because God has given us the talents to see this through. That's who Jesus Christ is. He is the one that says, it's not to him that willeth or runneth, but to God that shows mercy. That's verse 28. As regards the fact that Gentiles can be saved, they are enemies because you're a Gentile. But as regards election, they are beloved for the sake of their forefathers. There were faithful believers in the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, sacrificial atoning death. For the gifts and calling of God are irrevocable. For just as you were at one time disobedient to God, but now you have received mercy because of their disobedience, and they were bad. So they too have now been disobedient in order that by the mercy shown to you, they also may now receive mercy. So Paul received mercy. James, many thousands received mercy. A remnant received mercy. For God has consigned all to disobedience, that he may have mercy on all. And it will be in Abraham, all nations will be blessed. Even those ones like the Moabites who were beasts of the field, and we were warned not to mate with them, but yet we did. We all have and carry those other races in us. But in Abraham, all nations have been preserved. It doesn't mean every single person on earth is going to heaven. That's just not in the context of Scripture. Verse 33, oh, the depths and the riches and wisdom and knowledge of God, how unsearchable are his judgments and how inscrutable his ways. For who has known the mind of the Lord, or who has been his counselor, or who has given a gift to him that he might be repaid? For from him and through him and to him are all things. We'll look at force majeure. Sure, yes, I am still sharing. Running around here, the dogs that Tommy has given me to take care of is a 115-pound purebred German Shepherd. The indoor dogs, but Ruger is an indoor dog too. He has a Pomeranian, a Murphy, and 4 Chihuahuas. 3 Chihuahuas, 6 total. And this is going to go, now we're going to switch into the common law. So, hey, welcome, Ella. My goodness. You want to, if you're still here, Elle, I'd love to talk to you. See how things are going. This is going to be a marathon. So there's a link. And a matter of fact, if anybody wants to jump on and talk to me or has any questions for Ella, feel free to come on and share the screen, because, you know, common law is so boring and but it really is what I've staked my life on. And the actual, you know, it's not just that they have the common law. You know, the reason that, you know, they're going to fall back on this is that they've always used this admiralty law. It's true. And one of the, you know, the little known things about it is that common law is all based on you did it right. Your court was established with clean hands, so that there only can be equitable defense if you have clean hands. Clean hands, sometimes called the clean hands doctrine, is an equitable defense in which the defendant argues that the plaintiff is not entitled to obtain equitable remedy because the plaintiff is and or has been acting unethically or has acted in bad faith with respect to the subject of the complaint that is with unclean hands. The defendant has a burden of proof to show that the plaintiff is not acting in good faith. And I have shown, my goal for the last 7 years has been to show that no of the colonies that rose to power, and I'm thinking of the United States, Australia, Great Britain, Germany, that have risen to power through their colonies, did it and established their courts with clean hands. They have no legal jurisdiction because common law is from Jump Street. It has to be lawful. So the United States can't come in and actually occupy the buildings of other governments, like, because the United States was run by France, Spain, and other people, and then say, nope, now we are running it, and they took it over illegally. That's what we're seeing in common law is, well, they're voided. So my position is and has been the United States is not a legal government because they did everything wrong in how they established their rule. And it seems that they know it, which is why all of your acts have to be voluntarily supplied to them with all of their force. So let's look a little bit harder at unclean hands in contract law. The doctrine is often stated as those seeking equity must do equity, or equity must come with clean hands. The United States can't say, no, it's right if we say it's right, because they have to be that pillar of what is right, and they've never done it. It says this is a matter of protocol characterized by an A.P. Herbert in Uncommon Law, a book written in 1935 that was published, in which their fictional judge said a dirty dog will not have justice by the court. A defendant's unclean hands, the second paragraph starts, can also be claimed and proven by the plaintiff to claim other equitable remedies and to prevent that defendant from assessing equitable affirmative defenses. In other words, unclean hands can be used offensively by the plaintiff as well as defensively by the defendant. Historically, the doctrine of unclean hands can be traced back as far as the Fourth Lateran Council, which, do we really believe it was 1213 and that it happened in Rome on 11/11, (2015). And if you just type in, highlight, and search for 11/11, it's going to come up. It's all about the end of World War I. Remembrance Day, Poppy Day, Heroin Day. A book of remembrance has been written to us, but they want the remembrance to be heroin to sleep. It commemorates the end of the First World War to honor the armed force members who died giving their life for their newly created nations. The day is observed on 11/11 to recall the end of the First World War. Hostilities formally ended. Not a treaty was signed, an armistice. At the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month of 1918, according to the armistice. An armistice is a formal agreement of warring parties to stop fighting. It is not the end of the war necessarily. It may constitute only a cessation of hostilities, and that's what it has basically can be, a ceasefire, which is where we've been living. Yeah. Hey.
Factual fiction of Paul Guinan's historical hoax, November 7, 2002. The core inspiration of the hoax is to profit in some way from the gullibility of people too empty-headed to know better. To prey on the innocent, or the ignorant for that matter, has been a source of amusement and arrogance for cruel, shifty bastards since the beginning of time. As any fool knows, we've all fallen for practical jokes and impractical pranks at some point of our lives. This thing is, until you know better, you don't know shit, and you're easy pickings. For example, of the greenhorns, who just don't know any better, would be a recent hoax involving numerous Portuguese women who hung outside their women's, bearing the naked breast for all to see. Why? Because they received telephone calls from a completely anonymous doctor who informed them that they were eligible for special mammograms via satellite. P.T. Barnum's classic line will never go out of fashion. Unquestionably, there is a sucker born every minute. Other hoaxes involve more sophisticated and harmful plots that can lead to personal injury or even financial ruin, which is more often than not into sinister categories of criminal mischief or outright larceny. Here are some examples, like Boilerplate, the creation of a 39-year-old comical artist and amateur historian, Paul Guinan. Boilerplate is little-known Victorian-era robot that correlates with luminaries of the period, traversed the globe, and shared adventures endeavors with the likes of Theodore Roosevelt and Pancho Villa. The robot's exploits are painstakingly chronicled in pleasant detail on Guinan's website. The site bulges with information, souvenir, vintage photographs, and written accounts dating from the robot's initial constructions, unveiling in 1893 to the mysterious disappearance during World War I. In the face of that evidence, the kicker is that Boilerplate never really existed. As true as it all looks, it's just an elaborate hoax, and at times they're extremely funny. Mechanical marble Boilerplate outed. Boilerplate was a mechanical man developed by Archibald Campion during the 1880s and unveiled at the 1893 World Columbian Exposition. The title page of Guinan's site commands, Boilerplate is one of the history's greatest ironies, a technological milestone that remains largely unknown. Even in an age that gave birth to the automobile, aeroplane, a functioning mechanical man should have been accorded more significance. Only recently did the vintage robot finally get the attention that some think it deserves. Boilerplate's Portland-based character was outed by Thomas Hayden in a special edition of US News and World Report entitled The Art of Hoax. Boilerplate works, Hayden told me, because of people's gullibility rather than Gurman's gull. That being said, the presentation of Boilerplate's site is very nicely done and filled with facts and anecdotes and charming photographs that lend it to an impressive verisimilitude. It is just that an underlying premise that Victorian technology could create a humanoid automaton is completely unbelievable. Modern robotics still can't achieve anything close. He's an artist and a Victorian sci-fi boss, Hayden opinioned. Obviously more amused by Gurnan's ruse than alarm. Put the two interests together and you get Boilerplate, but anything about the history of robotics or about history at all, really, it's immediately obvious that the site is a joke. The amazing thing is that some seemingly intelligent people believe it anyway. I don't think he really fooled experts per se, as in no robotist would fall for it. Historians who fell for it presumably had no background in technology, and I would imagine fired off inquisitive emails without really thinking about the possibility that the site was a spoof. Hayden's detective advice: the first clue that something might not be true is the reaction. Oh my God, that's so freaking cool. I can't believe it's really true. If it seems too good, cool, weird to be true, hey, big surprise, chances it is. Old pride and embarrassment. Lightly stirring a small cappuccino inside the common grounds of Coffee House, Gurnan and I sat on teetering stools overlooking Hawthorne with the mid-afternoon sun illuminating his bleached blonde hair on the door-wedged sideburns of Chicago. Transplanted turned his gaze from the busy boulevard to meet my own in an accomplished tone. He gave me the skinny on Boilerplate. Boilerplate started out as an outline illustrated pitch to encourage publishers to consider the concept for a graphic novel, and things simply escalated from there. Shortly after posting his original smattering of images and text, Gurnan began to get letters from visitors to his site. Many of them thought Boilerplate was the real deal, and Gurnan was more than happy to play along. After all, it was always his intention to make Boilerplate appear as colourful and genuine as possible. When the idea first hit home that the fictional Boilerplate was regularly being perceived as authentic, Gurnan immediately felt a combination of both pride and embarrassment. Certainly, I felt happy about having achieved my goal, he said. I put this thing across trying to be real, and people bought into it, so that's a success. But as an amateur historian, I feel responsibility to get my story right. So I felt bad about some of these people being hoaxed. It was a mixed bag. But, he revealed, I thought I was getting this reaction, and I wasn't really trying. Then what would happen if I really tried? Creve repertoire. It should be noted that not everyone has fallen so easily for the Boilerplate hoax, along with letters of amusement posted on his site. Plenty of examples from people who get the joke and praised his talents as a hoax puppet master. Boilerplate is a hoot, one reader wrote. I wonder if he ever met Elvis. Another reader noted, very convincing presentation. For a while I thought I was reading the actual research rather than fiction. You did make it all up, right? Even the stuff shows that NASA got into the act, offering Boilerplate as one of its space robotics program called Robot of the Week listings, coincidentally on April 1st, 2002. Gurnan notes that the non-believer-believer ratio hovers around 2 to 1 respectively. I do have a few clues here and there if people look at the whole site. They eventually figured it out, but they are buried. The true impact of his dirty deeds smacked Gurnan, and when he got a letter from Thomas Giovanni, whose own history site is linked to Boilerplate's. Giovanni's site features information on Hugh McKeed, a real person who Gurnan lists as being married to Lily Campion, Archibald Campion's sister. Remember, it was Archibald Campion who Gurnan says designed and built Boilerplate. He, Duvernay, wrote in asking me to send information on the fictitious character that I had married to a real-life person, that he was an expert of McKeed or Lily's husband. That's when I become embarrassed to realize the implication. Oh my gosh, I might really be screwing things up with different people. Grun instead, he wrote back to him apologizing, but adding but added it was important that he kept the biographer's link on Boilerplate's site. I have real life links spread throughout the site for further information. It's not unlike after you watch television program and it says it at the end. If you want to know more, go to your library. This is my way of hopefully encouraging people to look into the more obscure aspects of history that I enjoy. He, Duvernay, wrote back saying that he was perfectly happy with it and that it was okay because it meant he hadn't missed anything. It's very important to him that he'd gotten all his research right. I felt very relieved. Early on, Goonan got a letter from a guy who thought Boilerplate was amazing. But when he tried to search for other mentions of the fictional character on the internet, he soon found search results pointed out back to Scudden's site, Madeline Mutina. One of the reasons Boilerplate site not only hooks unsuspecting internet fish but reels them in is because Paul Goonan is a stickler for details, historical and illustrative. Goonan is convinced that it's the little things that matter. I found that it really helps to sell the site and its infria that seems to be inconsequential. His site is riddled with vivid examples of his obsession with details. It's one thing to have sort of a centerpiece like a photograph of Boilerplate with famous personage, but other things to have little details that you wouldn't normally think of, like little souvenir tickets and things like that, or to have a detail from what's supposed to be some kind of Soviet propaganda poster, and you just see part of it. Things that don't relate to your story in any way that helps flesh it out. The idea comes from Goonan working in comic books. Traditionally, publishers like DC, Dark Horse, Mercury Studios have assembly lines of artists creating finished projects on a monthly basis, giving them little time to waste on the small stuff. That's why comics are sort of regarded as a ghetto medium for a lot of illustrators. A lot of it's kind of half work because of the timetable. As a result, Goonan believes most comic artists avoid including all the particulars that breathe life into the scene. Particularly, he feels compelled to embrace his own work. In fact, he obsessively includes as much minutia as he possibly can squeeze in. I'm maddling in detail about the times, the places, the dates, and the specific events, but then I'm maddling vague about the robot itself. How did it function? What was his power source? Was he sentient? Could he carry on conversations? I don't include any of that, but it's so loaded with other details that readers themselves fill them in subconsciously. I think that makes a stronger audience connection when they can bring in their own baggage to the character. As authentic as Boilerplate appears, and honestly, if I didn't know better, I'd be inclined to believe it actually did exist. Goonan's embedded clues should be able to warn any attentive person of historical embellishments, as well as outright falsifications, right? Guess not.
Okay, I'm going to have to interrupt right there. I want to say hello to everyone again and get rid of this. We have, you might have heard the garage door open. So I'm going to be, once again, live. We're rolling live. I want to finish that, but I'm going to need more time to get this guy that is here to do some service on one of the things around Tommy's house. So I'm going to need a little bit more time. Oh. Don't want that. One second. I know it's right in here. Oh, Heavenly Father, please.
Also, you could, it's American Standard text.
I had a friend, Nick Rockefeller, okay, who was one of the Rockefeller family, and he, when I was running for governor in Nevada, he came to me, introduced himself to me to an attorney, and we became friends. We started talking about things, and I learned an awful lot from Mr. Rockefeller. And one of the things that we used to talk about was the ultimate plan of the banking industry, what they want to accomplish. And the goals of the banking industry, not just the Federal Reserve System, but the private banks in Germany and England, all over Italy, all over the world, they all work together. They're all central banks. And they're all part of the Communist Manifesto. You know, central banking is one of the major planks of the Communist Manifesto. We talk about America being a capitalistic country, but yet at the same time we have a central bank that plans everything for us, right? And the graduated income tax is another plank of the Communist Manifesto, right? So right there you have two major planks of the Communist Manifesto that have been brought in because of the Federal Reserve System, okay? So the ultimate goal that these people have in mind is the goal to create a one world government run by the banking industry, run by the bankers, and they're doing it in sections. The European currency, the euro, and the European Constitution is one part of it. Now they're trying to do it in America with the North American Union, right? And they want to create a new currency called the Amero, right? And the whole agenda is to create a one world government where everybody has an RFID chip implanted in them. All money is to be in those chips, right? There'll be no more cash. And this is going to be straight from Rockefeller himself. This is what they want to accomplish. And all money will be in your chips. And so instead of having cash, anytime you have money in your chip, they can take out whatever they want to take out whenever they want to. If they say you owe us this much money in taxes, they just deduct it out of your chip digitally.
Total control.
Total control. And if you're like me or you, and you're protesting what they're doing, you can just turn off your chip. And you have nothing. You can't buy food. You can't do anything. It's total control of people.
And that chip's connected to a database that has your purchasing records, what you do.
Everything is in there, you know? And so they want a one world government controlled by them. Everybody made it chipped. All the money in those chips. And they control the chips, and they control people, and you become a slave. You become a serf to these people. That's their goal. That's their intention.
The blockchain is the DNA of the mark of the beast. ID2020.org. Digital identity benefits both individuals and organizations. Personal, unique to you and only you. Persistent, lives with you from life to death. Portable, accessible anywhere you happen to be through multiple form factors. A unique convergence of trends provides an unprecedented opportunity to make a coordinated, concerted push towards the goal of universal digital identity. New technologies, including blockchain, when it is used in conjunction with long-proven technologies such as biometrics, now make it possible for all people to have access to a safe, verifiable, and persistent form of technology. The ID 2020 project is funded by Accenture Corporation and Rockefeller Foundation. Accenture and Microsoft are creating a blockchain solution for this digital biometric ID. They are working for a biometric blockchain technology to decentralize the digital identity. This platform is called the Decentralized Identity Foundation. Decentralized Identity Foundation. A key of the decentralized identity equation is how people, devices, and other entities in the world are identified absent a centrally owned registry. DIF seeks to address this by developing specifications, protocols, formats, and implementations for cross-chain routing, indexing, and resolution of decentralized identifiers and names. Some of the points for the Decentralized Identity Foundation are decentralized identities anchored by blockchain IDs linked to zero-trust data stores that are universally discoverable. This crossover platform for the digital universal ID is the framework for the mark of the beast.
I hope you all have had opportunities to make new connections and have some interesting conversations so far. Welcome to the session on the journey to self-sovereign identity. And like any good story or any good journey, this one is comprised of an interesting cast of characters.
The Sovereign Foundation is a private sector international nonprofit that was established to govern the world's first self-sovereign identity network. Identity for all. Self-sovereign identity is an identity that is 100% owned and controlled by an individual or organization. This group and many others like it are working towards the globally recognized universal ID for the biometric blockchain system. For everybody, for all people. This is why it says in the book of Revelation, chapter 13, verse 16, about the mark of the beast, and he causeth all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark. This is an all-inclusive global biometric ID. They are setting up what is called a singleton. The philosophy behind the singleton is that ultimately there will be an artificial intelligence government, whether it be perpetually for good or perpetually for evil. The narrative being shared is that in order for us to stop a perpetual evil global governance using artificial intelligence, they must institute the artificial intelligence global governance for perpetual good. But really, they're both evil. Listen to this interview of Elon Musk in reference to the artificial intelligence system.
So we need to be very careful with artificial intelligence. I'm increasingly inclined to think that there should be some regulatory oversight maybe at the national and international level, just to make sure that we don't do something very foolish. I mean, with artificial intelligence, we are summoning a demon. You know all those stories where there's the guy with the pentagram and the holy water, and he's like, yeah, sure, you can control the demon.
Even the Ethereum digital blockchain currency is no stranger to the satanic influences. You see the pentagram on their website. This is not a coincidence by any standards. The United Nations, ITU, suggests that the artificial intelligence be used for good for global governance. The United Nations is suggesting that the artificial intelligence be implemented for global governance in order to track and monitor all things on the planet in order to bring solution to the Sustainable Development Goals. The artificial intelligence tracking the blockchain is their solution. Other organizations and alliances are working towards the same goal. FinTech for Good. Blockchain for Sustainable Development Goals Alliance brings together institutions and global leaders to develop POCs and pilots and mobilize capital to scale up such blockchain-based SDG solutions. United Nations Commission for Blockchain. Blockchain for Impact. Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation for 50 Gold. The USA's Better Than Cash Alliance, funded by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, is moving towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals through digital payments. The World Bank, blockchain technology redefining trust for a global digital economy. The blockchain is a major breakthrough. That's because its decentralized approach to verifying changes in important information addresses the centuries-old problem of trust, a social resource that is all too often in short supply, especially amid the current era's rampant concerns over the security of valuable data. It turns out that fixing that can be a boon for financial inclusion and other basic services delivery, helping to achieve the global objectives laid out in the Sustainable Development Goals. NASDAQ.com. Blockchain technology and the changing global economy at the Ethereal Summit. Blockchain technology is predicted to add 2.5 billion people to a new decentralized global economy. The promise, an inclusive global economy. Blockchain technology empowers all individuals, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond. The end goal for them is to get a biometric implant ID to everybody in the planet that will be tracked throughout the world using artificial intelligence in order to solve the Sustainable Development Goals. The blockchain will be used to track all the data in its supply chain, including your digital currencies.
Tesla and SpaceX CEO Elon Musk, who's known for his futuristic ideas, was at the World Government Summit in Dubai earlier today discussing artificial intelligence. Musk issuing a warning, saying, quote, over time, I think we will probably see a closer merger of biological intelligence and digital intelligence. Mike, not sure exactly what he means by that, but he explained that what he meant was that computers can communicate at 1 trillion bits per second, while humans are limited by typing to about 10 bits per second.
Yeah, I mean, obviously some kind of enhancement to human capabilities using something embedded or something attached. He's using something embedded. He's using something embedded. He's using something embedded. He's using something embedded. He's using something embedded or something attached. He's using something embedded or something attached.
Controlled opposition platforms like InfoWars are using propaganda to convince people that it's a good idea to go along with taking this technology.
Think about that growth curve in understanding toward the singularity. And if we as a species don't have a real debate about this, we don't have any future. It's like I parachuted into some forbidden island in the Pacific Ocean and natives were firing arrows at me with their bows. They see it as that threatening that I'm there giving them admitted science. The future is here, ladies and gentlemen. It just hasn't been equally distributed. And if we don't demand that these technologies be revealed and that the positive attributes of them be deployed to us, we are locking ourselves into a new dark age. Trump intends to release, here's the big secret. Children, they're going to release, they're going to start accelerating the release of the advanced technologies and things that American ingenuity's developed. They're going to start releasing instead of hoarding it for themselves. Life extension, super quantum computing, interdimensional theorem, it's all about to happen. The globalists wanted to take this and hoard it and have it in compact cities and break away civilization technocracy for the elite only. Trump is about to deliver the technology to the people. It's everything we've talked about. We want access to life extension. We want access to the super technologies. We want it all. That's just one of the secrets. Let me continue with the secrets. You're going to get that. That's why these greedy bastards are so pissed. So Trump, just like they used COG or global government on a wider model in 1944 to try to take out Hitler, he's running a giant operation Valkyrie against the New World Order, using their whole globalist system to actually prepare to double-cross that, and instead of America being sucked dry, build up America, and then actually pump all those countries with high technology as well, and create a giant synergistic true globalism. And create a giant synergistic true globalism. And create a giant synergistic true globalism.
United Nations Partnerships for Sustainable Development Goals. The United Smart Cities is a project for the United Nations to unite all of the digital smart cities globally under the same goal of fulfilling the Sustainable Development Goals. Their goal is to have artificial intelligence tracking the blockchain in every single one of these cities globally in order to meet all of the Sustainable Development Goals. This makes the global government bypass the national governance and turns these cities into city-states. Through controlled opposition, Donald Trump is helping dissolve the current world order. This creates conditions for the formation of the new world order, thereby helping the agenda. World leaders are now saying that the cities need to take the lead in the establishment of the Sustainable Development Goals. This was planned long ago when the world mayors had went to the Vatican to meet with the Pope to discuss the sustainable development. Mayors of 7,400 cities worldwide have vowed to keep the commitments made by Pope Francis and Barack Hussein Obama for the Sustainable Development Goals. The Sustainable Development Goals being monitored over 10 world regions by a biometric tracking implant is the mark of the beast.
they've been working on video dealing with Terence McKenna, of all things, and the topic of consciousness and the eschatological divide within the truth community and stuff like this. After I finished it and was rendering the file, several people checked my inbox and several people emailed me a link to this video. It's excerpts from a longer interview where they're talking about AI and the blockchain and all of this, and I can see why people thought I'd be interested in it, because he absolutely touches upon many things that we've been talking about here on my channel. Interesting too, because the lady, I've never heard of her channel, but the lady who kind of compiled these clips together definitely has a certain perspective on the AI takeover. I'll leave a link below, coming from this perspective of resisting this AI takeover, resisting the rise of the machines and so much, and then coming back to this organic, free humanity, free man type of society once we resist this. So it's interesting because it ties into so much of what I was just talking about with Terence McKenna. I'm just going to play this clip, and I'm going to put this video up first, and then after that, so that hopefully it all kind of wraps it together thematically and so on. But when you listen to this, just the one thing I would add is basically every time he says artificial intelligence or AI, if you can take that term and use it interchangeably with extra-dimensional spiritual entities, I think the whole thing becomes that much more interesting. Just kind of keep that in the back of your mind every time he says AI or artificial intelligence. When he's talking about the idea of the blockchain code itself being written by artificial intelligence, I definitely am on board with the idea that it was not written by human coders. But who do you think really wrote this code? And who's going to continue writing the code for the whole blockchain-based system under the guise of AI writing itself? So there you go.
What we want to discuss is artificial intelligence, cryptocurrency, an overview of what is the blockchain, why is it so important to cryptocurrency and artificial intelligence. You're the first person to tell me you can't have one without the other.
Yeah.
And that's very interesting.
So the blockchain is essentially a system solving problems.
Yeah.
And every time it solves a problem, it gets a block.
Okay.
Like a building block for a building. So essentially, it's not really mining coin, it's building blocks for a digital reality. The only reason cryptocurrency has a monetary value is to make it important to humans, so they built the machines. It's designed to do all that stuff and to get you, the consumer, to offer your computer to do it on behalf of the bank.
Got it.
There is the platform, is the centralized platform that controls it. So if the platform were to get hacked,
but I haven't heard anyone before our conversation earlier today link artificial intelligence to cryptocurrency.
That's because they don't understand transactional systems. Okay, so for an AI...
Did you come up with this, or have you heard anybody else talk about this link?
No, I could show you the cryptocurrency that the AI made to make this all happen. It's out in public on GitHub. I was the 10th person in the world to fork it.
GitHub is a website where people share open source code.
It's where all the code in the world is stored, pretty much.
Wow.
So and GitHub was funded by the Kushner investment group.
Really?
And then the original creators of Bitcoin are kept anonymous, so people don't find out who made it. So if you do have a problem, you can't
call them.
You can't call them.
But there's other reasons why they want to remain anonymous, aren't there?
There is. That's because the value added to Bitcoin in day 1 to year 5 about was all criminal activity. So whoever made Bitcoin is the person who has the ledger that lists all the massive criminals around the world. Now the dark web is infiltrated by criminal activity, which is the reason Bitcoin is at $7,000 and no one understands why, because the dark web is bombarded with criminal activity that's raising the price.
So let's get to how cryptocurrency is tied to artificial intelligence.
Okay, so blockchain or cryptocurrency is a transaction database that you can't delete from it. Okay?
Well, I mean, considering we don't know who this Takeshi Nakamoto is, or if
so the delete functionality quite possibly is one of the options for the backdoor in Bitcoin, because it's a database that doesn't have delete. So if there is a super admin somewhere that could delete transactions and remove money, that would be a pretty.
I mean, that sounds like a very good reason for people not to trust it. We don't.
That's why if people get into it, one of the things they have to understand as they get into it, once they buy into it, they also have to become a social motivator for regulation. Like, we need to know who wrote Bitcoin. We need to see his face. Well, we need to know where he went to school. We need to have a trust basis with the person who built the system that might be running
I feel the same way.
running our future economy. That's the first step. So he's some secret programmer in the Bitcoin community that all the elites know.
How does that not leak out? Maybe it's a.
That's the whole point. Maybe it's an AI.
Well, that's what I was going to say, is that things that you were saying to me earlier led me to believe that you might feel like Bitcoin was actually created by artificial intelligence.
And here's why.
Say that again, because I stepped on it. You say it was.
I believe it was.
Bitcoin was created by artificial
intelligence for artificial intelligence, and then was modified by human beings. The technology, I've not been able to find a single person in the public space of computing, whether it be at Hanson Robotics building the Sophia AI, or it be Peter Thiel at Palantir with all of his super nerds, or it be any person who graduated from Stanford in the last 20 years. I've literally only found maybe 2 people in the entire world that have the skill to write Bitcoin.
So the AI singularity occurs, and this AI will control financial resources.
Yeah, and then you can go see its code now at Singularitynet.io. They just released it this week, their white paper. And
should we look at that?
Yeah, we can look at that.
Singularitynet.io.
And it's run by the people who built the Sophia robot at Hanson Robotics. So it's a real enterprise grade. Sophia just got Saudi Arabia citizenship. So they're going this robot just got citizenship for Saudi Arabia. So they're going to be running their crypto out of Saudi Arabia citizenship.
Wow.
So the robot got citizenship. They revealed their cryptocurrency. Yeah.
How does a robot get citizenship? A female robot gets citizenship?
You got to be a citizen to get a paycheck. And pay taxes.
So what is it that you feel Saudi Arabia is up to by getting engaged with this?
They're democratizing androids to accept income so they can be workers.
Look at that.
So
Saudi Arabia is the first country to give citizenship to a robot.
So then if you see Singularity, this is a crypto coin built by Sophia. The robot that just got citizenship in Saudi Arabia, now after she got citizenship, now has real cryptocurrency.
The AI economy has arrived. Wow. I just don't think too many people even know about this, Quinn.
They don't. It's the most important thing in the world and no one knows about it, and I was the 10th person to click the fork button.
So, okay, now you've introduced Saudi Arabia into this conversation.
So to finish the blockchain AI, the real heavy reason the AI needs blockchain is without a transaction system, an AI is isolated to one system and can't grow its brain. It needs infinite systems like neurons in a human brain and nodes to collect those cumulative memories, and the blockchain transactions give it that. And when it has its own network, for all the AI in the world to all run on together, now it's not just one AI, Sophia. Every AI on the entire planet is now on the same network making money doing AI things we don't understand. There isn't a human being in the universe that's smart enough. Even if you took every human being on the planet, none of us would ever be able to figure out how to hack into its chat network where it talks to other AI in private. Wow. So human beings in their desire for privacy, we just gave AI the world and a private channel of communication to evolve as fast as it wants.
Let me just take you back a second here to this Sophia AI creating a cryptocurrency. Yeah. So somebody, a programmer like you,
the most advanced AI programmer in the world created that cryptocurrency.
Who is that? Who was the person that created Sophia?
It's on the website here, I'll show you. The most advanced natural learning system developed in the world and works in robotics and graduated college.
And so this towards the singularity, they're talking about the AI singularity where it becomes self-aware.
This is the platform that makes it happen.
So these are the guys.
The Dr. Ben Gorsel, he is the senior singularity mathematician, and he graduated high school at 15 years old.
And he's 17 now?
No, he's way older than that now, way older. So he's the one that created the base architecture for Sophia, and he's the base architect on the Singularitynet cryptocurrency. And he's one of the people in the world, I told you, that's one of the few people in the world that would have the brain capacity to create Bitcoin. And then this brings us back to the Palantir we were talking about earlier with Peter Thiel now, because Peter Thiel is the #1 businessman in the world promoting the singularity.
Okay. How much time is transpiring, like from the time it was created until now? When was Sophia first created?
Oh, about a decade, 2010, probably. That was when if that's when Silk Road, if that's when cryptocurrency really started going online, if that's when, like, you know, the machine really started making its move, I would imagine that that's probably around the time that they had heavyweight.
The machine started making its move?
Yeah, the machine started making its move in 2010. 2010 to 2012 was.
So the AI singularity has already happened?
In 2015, it happened.
What was it?
When their internal blockchain went online. The second their internal blockchain was functional,
the AI
were done.
Blockchain.
It was live. So now the human beings are just wherever they're at in their intelligence model and how they adapt to the new economy that's going to start rolling out next week.
Next week?
Next week.
Wait a second. So what's happening next week?
The singularity.
The AI singularity is happening next week.
Next week.
Quinn, why didn't you tell me that? The whole title of this
for 6
episode.
months.
Yeah, but I didn't get it. Okay, so the AI singularity happens next week.
Next week. Most humans won't even notice.
Won't notice. Why not? I thought Elon Musk and all these guys are telling us it's going to be worse than the nuclear bomb.
Because the AI is made on mimicking protocols, so it's designed to mimic you as long as possible.
Mimic
people, humans. Mimic your interactions, so you don't know it's there until the absolute last second. So
just come in this way because we're playing with
action because they won't see it.
How is it doing that?
It's following you online, like it follows everyone with agents.
So AI is following every single person.
Everybody.
On the internet. Facebook and
everybody.
Yes. Now, a citizen of Saudi Arabia. Why is Saudi Arabia? These guys are operating where?
It's because there's a big giant company here, data mining in Saudi Arabia, that has power, financing, and it is the place where, like, the World Threat Organization is for, like, terrorists.
Yeah, we saw that strange picture of Trump with his hands on the
Palantir ball.
Yes. Yeah.
So Trump was in Saudi Arabia. The AI gets Saudi Arabia citizenship. There's a blockchain coming out for the AI. So you're starting to see the connection.
What about all these high-level arrests for corruption?
With
Waleed bin Talal and.
Well, if you're going to take over someone's financial market, you got to take out their royalty.
That this is a mark of the beast. Simple. 666, which is 666. That's name. That means mark of the beast, as Bible says in the Revelation. We will go a little deeper in that. Guess what? I'm going to tell you the same thing. Yes, it is the mark of the beast. But this time, I'm going to give you a little further information, in-depth information, why it is the mark of the beast. Something different.
All right, so you know that I don't think it's the mark of the beast. Hola, Sean, glad to see you're here. Just had to stop and take care of some business with Senior Tommy and, you know, some of the people that come by to take care of the house, all this stuff going on. You heard the garage door opening, that's what's going on. Thank you all for being here. We are going to go back and we're going to be looking at common law. I don't know when we're going to get to it. We're going to look at common law, the doctrine of contract law, common law, clean hands. Does the United States even have the right to call itself, a practitioner of jurisprudence, being as that they, this was an illegal takeover. Everything that the United States did, none of it was on the level. And they've been lying to us. It's the mafia running the world. We are going to look at the Fourth Council of the Lateran, reminding them that, November 11, then 1122, Armistice Day, kinetic energy. Why does the American Red Cross not accept African American blood band? And really, how does how does this person end up being classified black, African American in the United States? And what happened there? Blood transfusion. So life is in the blood. They use certain people. In another alternative history that they're planning, it's flipped on its head back and forth and everything, but this is crazy. I didn't know he died in 1950. So the year he died was when the American Red Cross said, yes, all blood is blood, whether it's from red or yellow, black or white. So it'll be interesting. Persian Jews are still in play because they go back to the books of Esther, Isaiah, Daniel, Ezra, and Nehemiah. And the minor prophets, I think, mostly speak to that world when the Gentiles seem to be waiting for the Messiah. If we have time, we're going to look into, when did they discover piezoelectric, that it comes from crystal, because we can date watches. We can date watches and their movements and when, where did they come from? Pocket watches. It seems like it's pretty small. In horology, a complication is any feature of a mechanical timepiece beyond the display of hours, minutes, and seconds. Well, I just like to look up horology. Horology is the study of time related to instrument for telling the hour. Clocks, watches, sundials, hourglasses. Clepsydra is a timepiece by which is measured by the flow of one vessel to another and how long it took. There is a clock maker at his workbench. Did they just jump into watches, or is there a slow evolution of it? The universal clock. Okay. I wonder when that was made. There's atomic clocks. What? If I saw something for the universal clock, I'd check it out. You'd think that it should have its own page. Starford.
You back on?
Yeah, I've just been recording. Now I'm just talking.
That's funny. Talked to that guy. He lived in El Dorado, Arkansas, and he went to Magnolia, went to Southern Arkansas where Alex graduated, and I said, "Okay, tell me if this is not our perception is not truth." That we were there about a month. We're at the music festival one night, And me and the girls both noticed there are a bunch of trolls, these little people, weird looking inbred things everywhere. And he started laughing. He's like, oh God, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I'm like, it was scary, man.
What? And that was the Alpine?
No, El Dorado, Arkansas.
Oh.
I was like, it was like the sheriff said, all right, let the bridge down. It's Thursday night. We don't want them out on the weekend.
How you doing, Sean? Your mic's you're
muted.
You're muted. Man,
Yeah. I've been streaming a little bit, so I get a habit of I gotta be muted sometimes a lot. But I missed some of the stream, but today I went into town to get my screen fixed, and I went to get to a print shop to ask for information about getting prints. And your topic, as soon as I came onto your show, what you're talking about was, it just immediately triggered me. I'm like, oh man, I'm triggered. And then I was like, wait a minute. I was wearing this last night, this uniform thing, to where I could tell who was into sports because they were like, I obviously was this, right? I was the referee. So yeah, and I kind of wore it today too, just because I slept in my clothes because it was kind of late last night. But I wanted to get my phone. I went to T-Mobile, and then I went to the phone place to get my phone. It's the third time I went to get my screen fixed. But so I've had kind of like, not really, but just kind of a back and forth with him was kind of like difficult going, okay, this is the fourth time, second term, my screen broke the first time. I said, you better buy another screen because I'm going to break it again. I broke it. You better buy another screen. And so every time I'm like, he's like, who are you? What's your phone? I'm like, okay, you deal with a lot of people. But today I wore the referee thing, and it was like, he knew and he had ordered, and it was like, just because of this, suddenly everything I said, it's like,
was official?
What's that?
You were official all of a sudden?
Suddenly, yeah. And I kind of got a gist of it 7 years ago. This is 7 years ago. I got an idea of social camouflage, to where if I'm like disheveled and unshaven, then that means I don't want to be talked with, right? Don't mess with me. But if I go like this and I hand you a piece of paper and a pencil, that means I'm deaf, and then I need just hurry up, like DMV, or just like an example of somebody gonna give you a hassle about words, like this, you just have a pencil and paper and go like this, and they go, oh, suddenly I don't have time to bullshit with you, or sorry, as far as I don't have time to, blow you over with words. And today I noticed I went to the print shop, and I've been there before, asked them about them because I make buttons. They're 3-inch button pins, they're little badges. And they've seen me before. I've went in there before and asked them about 3 inches and, basically, and I've been in there before. And today I went in there kind of on purpose to see their reaction, right? And so, for example, and so long story short, all the way back, I went to every single store just like a normal person, like every other day, but actually put boots on the ground on my psychological experiment that has been going on for 7 years. And the culmination of was I'm being triggered by the Bilderbergs, by being triggered by what I hear on TV. And then I'm being triggered by my bike got stolen almost twice today, right?
Wow.
I was like going, I'm a bitch, but then I realized going, it is a nice bike. I bought it because I like it. I joke about having a business going, hey, are you frustrated? Do you want to take your angers out? We'll put my bike here and we'll just wait. And then I'll go, hey, he's stealing my bike, stop him. And the angry, aggressive guy goes and takes his anger and aggression out on him. And that's kind of like, you live with a bunch of pack of wolves. You can't always like pretend to be like a sheep. And then, you can pretend to be a sheep, but you got to rip that off and go, don't take my bike, to where I'm triggered more here because I'm triggered by the TV.
Well, I'm not done. Some too. I want to share a story about,
Hold on, I got to respond to Glide. That's a hemostat. That's a cryo hemostat, not a roach clip.
I've made that mistake many times and I've been corrected too. It's a hemostat. But I used to wear. I was an official in volleyball because I made extra money. It's how I got the LASIK surgery for my eyes. And you know, this was before there was the GPS. We didn't have those back then. So I just take off for a town and figure I'd find the high school. And if you're wearing a referee's uniform back then, you know, I really expected to just go into a gas station, pull in, and tell the guy, I got a game at 6. Where's the school? And they'd go, go over there, you know, and stuff like that. But I wouldn't even think of doing that if I wasn't dressed like a referee. But everybody knew, like, oh shoot, this guy's got to get there, you know.
But you realize you could be shopping and still not have to wear it. That's what I'm talking about. To where some people I love so much that I don't want to meet them as the referee, as the position. I want to, you know. And there's so many topics that you touch upon that touches me, that affects me, that I throw rocks in the ground to ripple. And I've been on streams and I put this on just because, like I did it today on purpose, but before I put it on accident because I still had it on from something else that was like a joke, right? To where, because but the flat Earth came up and I didn't get a chance to, because I streamed with another flat Earther guys, and they were like, the topic came up, we need a referee or something, and it wasn't directed at me, but this made the subject come up, and I wanted to ask him, going, what would they expect out of a referee? You were a referee. I don't know how to research. What did you think? What did they expect out of you? What did they expect out of you as being a referee? Like, what is expected of you? Like, I don't know. Like, because I can make it whatever they want.
The freaking rules. Okay,
that's good.
Let's know the rules.
Okay, and I feel comfortable. I feel comfortable wearing this because I can be both sides. I can argue both sides, no problem. I mean, they could both be beneficial.
When you're a referee, you have to be ready to go. You just make this sign. You go 2 thumbs up, and you say, "Do it over." If you guys are that passionate that I messed it up, as a referee, don't think, "Oh, it's impossible. I didn't mess that one up." You know, just say, "Do it again." At that point is, oh, it didn't matter. We're gonna get back and line up and reserve it. We'll try it again. Hopefully I'll get it this time.
That would be the discernment part. That would be the discernment, right? To where, as far as they say discernment.
Oh yeah, because they can smack that ball so hard and in the corners, like, was it on the line, in the line? Man, I don't know. But if I think it's in the line and everybody else is going like,
everybody else. That's it. And you got the mob rule.
Pissed.
And you got the mob rule on the other side too. See,
right,
that's where
a lot of times the mob rule had a better view of it than I did because.
Wait a minute. So you're saying whatever kind of clothes you're wearing affects the reception and the vibe, receivers. So that explains a lot when I'm just wearing that raincoat and flip flops. That's weird.
I want to write a book about social camouflage. I use it. Everybody uses it every day. They don't realize it. I've realized it and went to the same situation with a different camouflage, and either stick out and get chopped up or eaten, or I'm just let it out my way. I'm getting a call. I'm gonna ignore him. I apologize, whoever called.
Hey, where are you?
I love, obviously.
Sean was on.
Are you there?
Ashley this morning.
I thought I saw him this morning with Ashley.
Yep. I crashed and got up ready to go live and cover the war today, Sean. That's my goal. I'm gonna.
Yeah, I heard it. I don't know what to say. I mean, I guess I've embraced the fact that I'm a product of the Korean War, I guess.
Me too.
I don't know if that's the right way to look at it, but that's the way I've had to look at it.
We've had the opportunity to cover a war. We've been lucky.
Yeah, right.
If you chose to, for 25 years now, you could cover a war.
For some reason, I can barely hear you. My phone.
What we have right now is the world playing out their version of they won. You know, they've got us right where they want us, right? Got my monitor now. We are doing good. Hallelujah, we're getting started. We're showing look at those guys wearing their masks, Sean.
It's hard to actually. Oh man, we are just setting, we are representing, we're putting our best face forward, right? Is that what's happening? We're putting our best foot forward to represent America, and this is what we represent. Straighten your tie.
The UN to vote on resolution changes, sweeping financial sector.
Continue to support and even plus up our support for NATO defense operations. And there was an announcement yesterday of an increase of additional 7,000 troops. And obviously there was a significant announcement made.
Everybody gather and watch the UN vote.
Oh, right. Yeah, it'd be like people
breath of fresh
around their TVs, they used to watch the FBI hearings going like, we're cracking down on the mob. They'll never be the mafia again. Well, I think they're still the mafia.
They can say that if their definition of that we were taught what a mafia was what they taught us.
You know, they don't tell us the truth for our own good, they believe. Let's listen to a couple of seconds of her lies. How long ago? So this is
it's like the truth is out there, but they make sure that the ones who won't be heard definitely know it. Because somehow there's things that I've seen in the past that now it's nothing but a bunch of I'm walking on a yellow brick road if I told you so, it feels like. And it's really tough.
Right.
To struggle about.
We live in a world where they know they've got to dress up this whatever, and dye her hair red because girls can't be seen with natural gray hair today. That'd be worse. She'd be mortified if people saw what her hair looked like.
Personally,
that's the world we live in.
I look at where I'm better behind the camera to where I was to set up a character that's unlikable and likable at the same time. I mean, I couldn't do no better. I mean, I more than I say I told you so or I knew it. That's the way I would do it. I mean, honestly, I say that a lot more than I say a lot. It's like, well, that's the way I would do it. Look at you. You're falling for it. Like any kind of personal conversation that I have with people I love, I'm always thinking to myself going, well, that's what I would do. And the people I really love, I'll say it out loud going, well, that's what I would do. Wouldn't you do it? It worked, right? To where obviously it works. It wouldn't have worked with grandpa and grandma. The people I love, they have that conversation. I force that upon them. When I mention grandma and grandpa, it's like, what if grandma and grandpa were here, right? We wouldn't have no TV. We wouldn't have the they. It'd be, there'd be names connected to the they. There would be accountability in that house, right? In that neighborhood. It would stretch as far as my grandfather's hand could go, because he worked for the Navy and I, he told me stories that were rated PG, right? He just was sorry about the lady and the donkey over there, right? I just didn't know until I grew up why he was sorry about her, But anyway, it was like a PG-13 version, but strongly there was a very adult version to where when I came home from school going, what am I? People try to make fun of my race and they didn't know what it was. And, he said, you're American, you're a G, and I didn't even know what that was, but I just agreed with him like, okay. And
it was terrible. Some of the, I can't imagine some of the people around, because where we lived, you were either a farmer or a migrant worker. And, boy, things were changing in the early 70s around then, it was crazy. But I want to, we're always going to have the Bible. I always want to stick with the Bible. And what, there's one of my, what I've tried to live by my own life has a part in it. He swears to his own hurt and does not change. And that usually would come around a conversation that someone should have learned from their grandma and grandpa that you know what, I'm going to do the right thing, even if it's not as easy as lying or making it easy or saying I already did that job. But if we want to live on a holy hill, here's the Psalm of David, Psalm 15. O Lord, who shall sojourn in your tent? Who shall dwell on your holy hill? He who walks blamelessly and does what is right and speaks truth in his heart, who does not slander with his tongue, who does no evil to his neighbor, who does not take up a reproach against his friend, in whose eyes a vile person is despised. If you want to live on God's holy hill, and if there's not a person and you can't tell that's a vile person and despise them, you're not going to be welcomed. So I'm tired of people telling me, I've got to accept the transgender bishop in the United Methodist Church. No, I don't. In a vile eyes, whose eyes a vile person is despised, but who honors those who fear the Lord, who swears to his own hurt and does not change, who does not put out his money at interest, who does not take a bribe against the innocent, who does not, he who does these things shall never be moved.
I was going to ask you if there was a verse that would help, I could, but that was it. That had it all.
Settle down and talk in the microphone. I want to
Sorry,
hear you.
that was it. That I was going to ask you if there was a verse or something, and that was it. That touched upon how I was struggling of what I wanted to do inside and how and why. As far as, was it for other people's safety? Was it for me to learn a lesson? I honestly, I didn't really even understand that whole verse, but every single word impacted me as far as a situation that has happened recently. Like,
amen.
And that's what's weird, how I don't understand what that verse, what it was, but each word was like, that was a situation, that was another situation, that was another situation, and how, like I said, two people tried to steal my bike. I was saying I was gonna first, but I couldn't there's no way I could have brought myself to doing that. It was just, like, he could have taken my bike from me, and I wouldn't have, people would have went, why didn't you beat him up? Well, because it was just a bunch of talk, right? Where honestly, I couldn't have done it, but that was how I reacted at the time. And I just knew that I was safeguarded with my gears, and to where it's just a thing if it gets stolen, because it was the second bike I've had, and so I'm used to it, of losing things. And it goes back to the point why I came on here first, was because I'm triggered by the they, but then I'm not more triggered by the ones who are close to me, but I have to protect myself from the, not the they, like just the guy who's trying to take my bike. I don't have to protect myself from the they like that, in a sense that they're not trying to steal my bike,
Why do
cause and effect of what they do.
We have to live? Why do we subject ourselves to living around people who will steal from us? When there are people on a narrow road serving Christ, we're told there's no way those people that we could make it on our own. We'd starve to death if we ever tried to say, no, we're going out on this land as a tribe and we don't want anything from the world.
I do believe that
where is that mindset?
I do believe that there is a lot of crime by convenience, if you know what I mean. Crime by convenience, because it just says it's convenient, and a lot of things are convenient. Like I joke about, I was home. I still am basically kind of homeless, to where they feed them, and when they stop feeding them, what happens then? What happens? And that's not even really a question. I see food being left out, and I know why, because people ask, why did they do that? It's because they lost somebody that was homeless, that they didn't help, that they loved themselves, and so they have like the regret of not helping somebody they love, so they just help. They're kind of like they have no choice to give to somebody, because they couldn't give to their own who passed. Does that make sense? And that's what makes me not react to things like somebody steal my bike. Not react to when people go, why do they leave food there? They shouldn't do that. or why when I think where homeless people don't want to live under the bridge, they want to live out in the forest, but they kick them out of the forest and make them live under the bridge. You know, it's
people
I do
have
you know
never been
solutions that
taught how to live in
that
the forest. You know, they weren't taught in school how to manage a checkbook. They were subjected to a no child left behind mentality that they didn't care if they were educated. If you wanted to be educated, you didn't go in the public school. Even
can I show you something? I wanted to show you the because it's always kind of, but it's during the day. If it's okay if I show you like the river,
Go
is
ahead.
it okay? It's best from the roof. It's a nice sunny day, and I never really get a chance to show it.
No, I'm having a hard time understanding you. You looks like you're going through quite a sprawling.
Yeah, I'm going up top on top of the roof.
Okay. Well, what are you living on, a steamboat or something?
It's made to look authentic.
Boy,
Here,
your
I'll show you.
microphone
See that?
is driving me crazy.
This is the Willamette River. It's the Willamette River, and that's the two bridges. But it's a paddle wheel.
Okay. Oh my goodness. How about that? Sean is on a paddle wheel. We're having a little difficulty with his camera, but
it's a paddle wheel.
This is a platform for Christians to communicate on, and I appreciate Sean's effort. We've lost his audio. If you can hear us, Sean, we've lost your audio.
Oh, maybe.
Which even when we have your audio, we're only getting a little bit of it. But he's on a paddle wheel boat, everybody. Back from the paddle wheel days, back in the Gilded Age.
I did take the paddle house. It's for sale. They just put it up for sale. I think last week.
Wow. Okay, there you go. He's got himself a paddle wheel boat. You know, he could get up and down on the river.
It's Captain and his wife. He likes boats and she cooks. So she cooks and he drives the boat. And they've been doing it for 20 years.
Sean, sit down someplace, put your phone down so we can hear you.
Okay. Sorry.
That was truly it's amazing boat, but it doesn't make for good visuals. I mean, it was blowing us away, but we couldn't hear you, man. But
thank you for
my goodness, you're the captain of that boat?
No. I'm just the engineer.
Oh,
I'm just the engineer.
They rent it out, huh?
No. There's the captain and his wife. They own it, and then I help them run it because they need 3 deckhands. They need at least 3 deckhands, to tie the boat up and such. I'm the engineer. They were dry docked. They have to be dry docked for every 5 years. They got to pull it out of the water to check the bottom, which is normal standard procedure. And so I seen it across the river, like, whoa, that's weird. It's out of the water. And that was 7 years ago. And I was showing 2 friends from Pittsburgh. I go, come over here, check this out. Showing them around Salem. And we saw the captain working on the boat. We didn't say nothing. But then later that day, our friend Pope, he goes to Starbucks a lot, and Captain picks up donations to give to the homeless. And they had a conversation. So long story short, he says, Pope talked to Captain. We're going to go volunteer just to help him out. And we got him in the water. And then, started helping with the cooking. I had experience. I got my food handlers. They got their food handlers. I got my bar license, or the serving thing. And then they had a problem with the engine, to where I literally had to hold the clutch, not too tight, but not too hard, to get across the river. And so that was kind of an experience into the engine part. And then we blew, the engine went out. We had to throw anchor. Woo, whoa, whoa, to where, and then last time they had to take the engine out, up the ramp.
Every one of those examples happened because the Lord needed you to get that experience so you'd still be there 7 years later. Keep going, brother.
Yes, and to be able to crack a joke going, we used to be able to say it didn't hit the bridge, but it hit a bridge. As far as like, we don't have a duplicate Titanic, like a Switchem thing. But I guess I feel comfortable speaking about the boat, like kind of like on blast, as far as, because I'm comfortable with the owners, and it's kind of like the publicity to sell it. As far as we deal with the Statesman's Journal, and they're not always hiding, shiny, happy, good news, right? It's always kind of like, is it bad news? Ooh,
So let's get serious here. Let's get serious. As long as I have you, and you're an example of what I was showing, of the discrimination as recently in the United States, where this man, because he was mixed race, like you are, Sean, he was the Red Cross wouldn't accept his blood if it was donated.
My mom worked, she was a phlebotomist.
You tell me, brother, how are we supposed to relate with that as, wait, that was my...
The same way I related, my mom, she worked for the Red Cross. She was a phlebotomist, and I'd come home and go, you help the elite. She's like, what do you mean? And she knew what I meant, like, sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Well, the elite use adrenochrome, and, to where you're like the dealer for the elite. And I was kind of joking about it, and she worked there for a few years, and
did you know
she was good at it. I mean, she's good at it. It's just that she got the joke. She was able to verbally laugh about the joke after she worked there. She couldn't, she couldn't joke about the joke.
How long ago did you know that they were doing that, the stuff with the blood? Because my anger with the United or the Red Cross goes back to when they helped the Nazis with the rat trails. They gave over 500,000 fake passports to help the Nazis get out of Germany. I didn't know that about the shenanigans with the blood until recently. When did you know about adrenochrome? Because it's only been like 4 years, 5 years for me.
Honestly, my imagination has went there before I seen it in movies. To really connect it was when I heard the phrase, eat your brain to gain your knowledge. And it just made sense to me because I knew about the mad cow, and I knew that, humans have that side effect if they eat the spine and brain, cord, the nervous system. My imagination has imagined it easily, just like, as a child, a head in a jar, because I don't have liver cancer up here. I don't have lung cancer up here. It's just, blood, air. And so, and then I see things that happen that match my imagination. And it's so, to answer that question, before I seen it on the outside, I just imagined that it would be possible just by the fact that I didn't see it. Like human transplants, like, have I seen like is fish? Like, I haven't even heard about, is fish, can that be transplanted? I look at things that I don't see, and if I don't see it for 20 years, then it's like, I'll make it, right? To where, like an electron microscope that, just to where 20 years ago, it had, thing of gold, right? Oh, it's an atom of gold. 20 years later, I even wrote in a comment going, I can't wait to see the future. Now it's like an insect's penis, like what? That's the advancement. It's done, right? To where it's the things that I don't see that make me feel that.
Now,
I don't know. I guess I can answer that question by I knew it was possible. Just the fact that you don't hear about it. You don't, it's not, they're not even imagined. And so I remember telling my friends and family that all these things, and then there's companies that do it. And so I'm just full of, shoulda, coulda, woulda, to the point of, let's invest. Let's invest in Satan, because Satan's gonna, like, I don't know, like at first that's why I came to you asking, going, is it a sin to work for Walmart if you don't like Walmart, right? Like, and those are the things my first struggle with this was like, and I still haven't invested, but I've asked other people going, like they're like, hey, they have a conspiracy. I go, well, can you buy stocks and bonds in it? And like something they're feared of, like if I'm afraid of my bike getting stolen, I would buy stocks and bonds in a way that I could invest in it, like or short sell it or however, you know what I mean, to where buy stocks against it. And I've always found that whenever somebody brings me a problem, I go, well, can we benefit from your problem? You know, I turn it around going, well, can we buy stock in it? Because odds are they're going to have stock in it.
Hold on, Sean. I want to stay on topic here, and I want you to work off of
yes, thank you,
of this thought that I didn't know about adrenochrome, but I was always trying to tie in what was, because I've been a Christian for all my life. What is their fascination with vampires, the cross and the blood, and everything else? It's from their very early works of Frankenstein, Dracula, and those were the people that the theosophists now we know they shove down our throat. So they are totally embracing we don't want to die, we want to live forever, and we don't care how we do it.
It just reminded me of how I came across it, like wanted to search for it, and that's when I learned that if there's speed death metal and video games, then they're trying to cover it up. Because I remember searching the specifically adrenalized chrome. It was adrenochrome. There's a movie, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. You know, the pineal gland. But when I would search it in the search, I'd come across video games or speed death metal, and I kind of like that's kind of But then I came across it again when I don't know. From now, I've learned. Long story short, if there's speed death metal or video games, then it's just buried. It's being buried on purpose. And all these people that I talk about, like, hey, have you streamed? And they go, yeah. They even roll their eyes, going, it's with video games, though. I'm like, oh, the Industrial Revolution, to where, and he knew it, to where, like, who's investing? These people are into video games and they don't even like it, right? They don't even, to where it's kind of weird, to where it's obvious that there's somebody paying for somebody just to think it's cool, to where it's getting to where it's like getting bored just to pretend that they like it. To where video games are definitely not going up, as far as their graphics, they're definitely not getting better. They're getting
look
worse.
At the graphic people that they always, there's schools and, can you draw a picture of a mouse? I want to be a graphic designer working for Disney or one of the Marvel comics. And then what you really are is one of 1,000 workers working on a cartoon book, doing frame after frame of drawing the same thing that they didn't have computers to draw back in the day. It's just how long is that a glorified job? And, oh, you're a brain surgeon. Okay. All you do is brain surgery. How hard is it after the 40th one? You're just going through the motions. It's like tying your shoe. But if we're all trained on bullshit jobs today, instead of how to feed our families, how to grow food, how to cut wood, how to keep a fire going, because we're all counted on staying in this world. And this world is changing. All of the time for speculation is now. It's time for introspection to say, am I ready for the world that's coming? Because it's here. It was an armistice. This world war never happened. We were never heroes. We're truthers. What are we going to do about it? In my world, we can't fight them. We got to run away.
We're at a time that we can be heard, because this streaming thing, we're going to be streaming whether we like it or not, because just a little bit of people streaming, they stream other people in their stream, and we're all going to be in somebody's stream. We're all going to be possibly violate somebody else's copyright, to where, because I've been in several streams and I've seen it to where, like, I'm hesitant just to go in there going, hey, can I come in here just to screw up, to where, like, that's what I came to use. Like, going, hey, I need a handler, right? I need a handler. And then I went to other streams just to find out their experiences in their streaming, and then the flashback, and then the people paying for people, and then people having resentment, and then people having, regrets, just to where. And so that's when I put my name. I'll put my thumb and present. So it's like, it's like you have to have accountability, and that's where I won't really if I won't look unless if they won't let me on, then there's why are we talking? Right? If I'm just watching TV, it's like, but if it's like if I can say the word I, then I'm into it, right? And if it's the wrong way I said it, then that's fine. I'll go to a different platform. But I've only found 2, and it's not like I'm really looking because I don't have time. But it's like, as I found this is, it's not like I'm looking for anything different. I'm just looking for what I have here. What's happening? Like, I went and did that, and then I talked about it.
Can you?
And then I get input.
Can you stay around for a few minutes?
Yeah, I'm eventually going to West Salem because I'm all into Star Force. I think it's over there.
Well, check this out, because what I want to go, and tie this into the, because it's all about we're
I asked what that was, and I asked her what it was in her phone, or the bill, like the actual contract, and the culmination was, she goes, "That sounds French," and I go, "Yeah, it's got to be French." But I asked her to look if that is in her contract, and I never got back to her. Is this what? Sorry to interrupt, but that force majeure just triggered me. I'm like, I can't got that, and got ignored.
Right, and the clean hands doctrine. You can't just illegally take over a country, kill everybody, and say we're using their courthouses, and now we're handing out tickets because you're speeding, and that's bad. When the way you got in charge was evil, that doesn't count. You have an equitable defense of saying, like, wait a minute, I was good with the way it was around here 30 years ago, and now these guys are saying I got to pay them for something. It's bad faith in common law. They have unclean hands. It just doesn't work that way. It is, there's so much to it, because it's supposed to be equitable doctrines. Now, if you just do the typing and you put in, let's see, what did they call it in China? Unequal treaties. It'll come right up to the Wikipedia page on what is an unequal treaty. And if you were on the bad end of a unequal treaty, but there was really nothing you could do about it because they had a knife at your throat saying, sign this, and you were the Chinese mafia, you'd say, I'm going to get those bastards. That's the world we live in today, because under the common law and everything else, when there is countries with unclean hands that sign unequal treaties, everything's off the board. And unequal treaty is the name given by the Chinese to a series of treaties signed between China and various Western powers, the Russian Empire and the Empire of Japan during the 1800s and the 1900s. The agreements often reached after a military defeat, and then they rewrote the history. They contained one-sided terms requiring China to cede land, pay reparations, open treaty ports, or grant extraterritorial privileges to foreign citizens. Because you know what the problem was? You know what the war was caused by of the West, that when they took them over and forced this? It was because the Chinese government didn't like the fact that Westerners were selling heroin and everybody was getting addicted to it. So they banned it. And so they went to war with China, forced them to sell the heroin, and made them pay the cost of their war, and signed treaties to say, and now we have Hong Kong and everything else. And for the rest of time and eternity, China is supposed to go, yes, sir, yes, sir. Yes, sir, yes, sir. Would you like me to, build your railroad now? With the rise of Chinese nationalism, though, and anti-imperialism in the 1920s, both the Kuomintang, Chinese National Party, think Chiang Kai-shek, and the Communist Party, think Mao Zedong, used this concept to characterize the Chinese experience of losing sovereignty for this 110 years. The term unequal treaty became associated with what has been bred into their 1.5 billion people that China has just endured a century of humiliation caused by these people, and those days are over. There will be no more concessions to foreign powers because, good Lord, look at us. We're the strongest place on earth, and no treaties can hurt us. If you're wondering why we live in this world today, I'm showing you why, is that Japan, China, Russia, England, and the United States isn't even in on it. We were just their lumberjacks. And China's going, wait, this doesn't seem fair. Nor was it, nor could it be. But it was the fall of star forts around the world. It leads to this. And that's the time when I go, Sean, is that close enough? Or what else can I tell them? I mean, it seems like the Lord has shown me a lot. I wonder if Sean's still here. Sean, your microphone is off. Does anybody else want to come in and add their 2 cents to it? I see everyone's lurking and haven't had a comment in 20 minutes. That seems unusual. But then again, what is normal? If you sit back and just process what I just said about explaining the unequal treaties, why China's mad, it's because it seems like if you put yourself in their shoes, they'd have every reason to be mad.
You know what, Marco? I'm sorry. Captain showed up with a bunch of people, and so I'm really distracted. I got about 15 5-gallon jugs I got to take down the ramp. It's a lot of fuel, but I got to.
You've got to find that sweet spot of your microphone, Sean, or we're not getting. We didn't hear any of that except something fell down on the deck.
No. He has about 15 5-gallon jugs of diesel that I need to come down the ramp for the boat, and I didn't know he was coming, so I had to change. It's a bunch of diesel. But it's. I should have. Sorry, I showed up and you see that ramp. I have to bring.
No, I don't.
Diesel down that ramp.
I'm fascinated, but I can't understand you. You got to get a microphone you can plug in.
Okay. Sorry. I don't know. I'll try again. I don't know. I don't want to hold up the show. Maybe I'll use his phone or something.
Yeah, something. But in the meantime, did you catch any of that about the unequal treaties?
No, I didn't. I was up there.
Well, you know what, Sean? I'm going to appreciate everything you did, but I am going to have to let you go so I can stay focused on topic. Okay, brother? So appreciate it. Any final words?
Just great. Thank you, Flat Earth Nation, all the way.
All right. Well, let's get into, and we'll take comments, or I'll take comments from, and again, if anybody wants to hit that stream and give it, I like having people to bounce off of, but that, I think that history will show that it was more of a distraction than it was. But Sean, you're a special man, a friend of the show, and glad you got that boat as a part of your story there. Now, the unequal treaties, it's just too much. If can anybody really say if this happened to your country because you didn't want them to sell heroin in your country, would you be upset? That if for anybody to honestly say, no, that wouldn't bother me because the United States has a manifest destiny that we're to be a light on the hill. And how can we be a light on the hill unless we, the United States backed the wrong side on the Opium War? And that this is the first Opium War, Anglo-Chinese War. Yeah, the Anglo people said, what do you mean we can't sell heroin here? There was a series of military engagements. As soon as there was a reset in 1711, people worked up, had their little royalties, and then said, we need more money, go sell heroin to the Chinese. The Chinese didn't want to have it. The immediate issue was Chinese official seizure of the opium and banned the opium trade, threatened the death penalty for the people that, going to come dump this, raw heroin that they were just getting addicted to. But Britain said no. It insisted that they have the right to free trade. And if we want to sell opium in your country, we can. But even in these countries now, you can't go buy and sell opium because they got what they wanted. They took over the country for a while. But China didn't have to like it. They did consider it a century of humiliation, and who wouldn't be? It did happen. And people fell in love with getting free things from China back then. And now we're acting like, what did we do? What did we do wrong? Randy. What did we do wrong, Randy, that, can't they just take their century of humiliation and deal with it like big boys? I mean, that's what we do in the United States. Somebody wants to come in here. Let's say that Mexico wins. If they're going to rewrite history, that at first they wouldn't let our gang MS-13 sell heroin, but then they realized that it was only free trade and that they're the country that was supposed to love free trade. So eventually they came around, and now they said, why don't you just run things because we messed it up so bad? Or are we still dealing with people? Are we still dealing with people who have studied mud flood and Armageddon and still think that the United States did it right? If there's anybody that's lurking right now, and if you think, yeah, but I didn't do it personally, you live in a country that did it wrong. Unless you can tell me and look me in the eye, come on here and say, no, it doesn't matter that we did it wrong because our intention was good. Well, that's what we complain about the left for. Oh, they're the group of good intentions. Well, we had good intentions, and under common law, we're an illegal rogue nation. And they set us up to claim that we won World War II with atomic weapons, and we know that's not true. Our government, claims to love God, but you can't get on TV or be elected if you don't, endorse evolution and whatever's new in the news. It's just that way. And so now we get this, They're at war. Ukraine speaking out against the Russian invasion. They're going to work this out. They're going to make money off it. The United Nations, they're all over it. Yay.
By the wider UN membership. In this context.
And as we know, you can all have your own opinion, but that's a visual also. Everyone is wearing a mask. If these people who put these graphics of computer designed star forts in the background are told, you can now take your mask off, it is safe, they'll take their mask off because they'll trust it's safe now because somebody told them. It's our world. And these are the people settling it for it. They're condemning it in the harshest terms. We're condemning it in the harshest terms. Empires, armistice, live action war all over the world. And here's what we have to look forward to.
Can you kind of start a fire?
Responded, she didn't respond.
They couldn't prove her otherwise. So the lawyer said, listen, we're not going to win this one. You have to
Just give me
remove.
1 second. This is not the video I wanted.
So this is what happened. This is how I recounted it. Dear beloved family, I apologize for leaving the Thanksgiving dinner early and not saying goodbye before dessert was even served. It is very sad and unfortunate that many in our family cannot discuss things that truly matter and that will increasingly affect us all much greater in a very short time horizon. There's only a couple times a year that we all who we hold dear and love the most gather. Many of you wish for only pleasantries and celebration when we gather, yet, as you can discover below, time is short for all on earth. We don't immediately halt and change the geoengineering of our earth by mad scientists and their rulers. At the dinner table, a senior member and I got into a discussion that turned to water. When I pointed out the sheer insaneness that we have no water, yet golf courses, wineries, car washes were still operating business as usual, she went off on me and left the table, stating over and over, I don't want to hear it, and I don't care. Now, this was during the 5-year drought we were having. Then we have the torrential rains, and then we're having the drought, and now it looks like we're going to have torrential rains again. The arc storm is coming. But maybe because she is in her sunset years, and maybe she can't handle just one more piece of bad news, or maybe she and family members, including doctors and dentists in our family, are simply marginalized by the weapons of mass distraction. Yet no one wants to be the bearer of such news. Yet it is the courageous, the informed, and the willing to look at all dark things and shine your light so dark can no longer hide in the shadows. That is our calling. I do it out of love for you all, though I suspect this will be my last family dinner with you all. I get it that some of you in your golden years want peace, harmony, tranquility, etc. But at what cost to the future of our children, of all children? If you passed on and your children's future is greatly compromised or ended, I guarantee you will still feel it in your afterlife when full consciousness is regained. We have become the nation of the dumb and numb. No doubt the daily barrage of horrible news is overwhelming, but we must choose to see. We must choose to learn. We must choose to understand. To declare like one of you did to me in no uncertain terms that, quote, I don't care and don't want to know is shameful, in my humble opinion. We have to want to know. We have to talk about things that matter. Every man, woman, and child has a current debt of some 148,000, while trillions and trillions are spent with our tax dollars to bomb the living crap out of the next country on the New World Order list. My God, the Pacific Ocean is dying, and as it dies, it is releasing terminal amounts of methane gas from the ocean floors, and the crabs are dying.
the crabs we used to have for dinner every Thanksgiving, but we no longer had them. And that's what got me kicked out of Thanksgiving dinner, is I had a toast to the crabs who could no longer be serving us food that evening. So I want to get into the history of Thanksgiving here. And this is from my dear friend Paula Rojas, who I want to give a shout out to and give thanks to. She does yeoman's work putting out the truth. She takes care of her crippled brother and many in her community, and does the work in her community in Montana. The truth of Thanksgiving: we've been socially programmed. Part of growing up in the United States is discovering that some of the fairy tales, aka lies, your parents were told you were about holidays as children are not real, like the Easter Bunny and Santa Claus. They've got you lying to your children off the bat, folks. That disappointment or feeling of betrayal is a fleeting and innocent wake-up call of many more to come in life. But the biggest holiday fairy tale is the one that has been used not just to entertain youthful imagination, but instead for social programming and the whitewashing, literally, of our history, and that is the truth of Thanksgiving. The Thanksgiving holiday could not be more fitting example of historical and continued use of subversive social programming that has been intrinsically injected into our culture. Thanksgiving is supposedly a time of reflection, of gratitude, and giving to those in need. A time when we remember the struggles and sacrifices made by the, quote, founders of our country, and how we're able to break bread with the Native Americans some 400 years ago. Nothing could be further from the truth. And then the next morning we rise before the sun to get in line for those Black Friday deals, hoping to not get injured in the apotheosis of consumer greed. But the truth is the majority of our society has been indoctrinated to fit this mold and is unaware of the historical truth of Thanksgiving. Our perception of Thanksgiving, as many things learned and dominate Western curriculum, is Eurocentric. Starting in 1970, protests began when a local Wampanoag leader was invited by the Commonwealth to speak on the 350th anniversary of the Pilgrims' Landing. He penned a speech detailing the pillaging of graves and enslavement of his people by the early settlers, but was prohibited by delivering it. Some of us might remember being taught the name Squanto, the Patuxet Native American who helped the Pilgrims when they were dying from disease and exposure to the elements. What they failed to tell us, however, was that he had already been captured by the European sea captain, sold into slavery, escaped, and made his way back to England, yet still found it in himself to help out our immigrant forefathers in their dire needs. George Washington first proclaimed official day of Thanksgiving 1789 as a one-off holiday for citizens to pray and give thanks for the assembly of the government despite all the opposition it had endured. Nearly a century after Washington's proclamation, Abraham Lincoln declared Thanksgiving Day an annual holiday to be celebrated on the last day of the Thursday of November. Again, failing to mention of the Native Americans, Lincoln used the holiday for political and religious capital. Today, Thanksgiving continues to be celebrated for purposes and largely, let me back up a minute, sorry about that. Though it's unclear how Lincoln truly felt about the natives, who were responsible for ordering the largest mass execution in U.S. history, hanging 38 Dakota Sioux. He never persecuted Confederate generals this way. Today, Thanksgiving continues to be celebrated for purposes that largely ignore its truly historical context with indigenous people. Large corporations and federal governments have continued their interminable encroachment on indigenous land to this day, from the Sioux Black Hills, where Mount Rushmore was carved, to the Standing Rock Reservation, where the Dakota Access Pipeline was planned to be built. And note the people in the protest, the lead protesters, are getting prison sentences of 30 to 90 years for protesting the pipeline. Native Americans are killed at a higher rate in the hands of police than any other racial or ethnic group, and the rate of suicide in the Native American communities is 190% higher than the general population. Meanwhile, the unemployment rate for Native Americans in the USA is double the national average, sometimes as high as 85%, while they're put on reservations. Get it? Reserve reservations. These are just a few of the laundry list of facts that outline the struggles faced by Indigenous people today. If we claim to care about these issues, how do we have the gall to celebrate Thanksgiving? We would be remiss not to mention how the modern social programming of Thanksgiving has resulted in a holidays designed to perpetuate our current system of consumerism and corporate greed. Black Friday has practically become tied to Thanksgiving, and those who aren't capitulating to the retail madness are likely continuing a binge of overeating and watching bread and circus football.
All right, everybody, this is what it's going to take down, okay? I need the first 34 divisions to line up here.
Capitalism has become our mantra, our religion. Capitalists capitalize. When there is a tragic event in Western society, we're told to go shopping. What did President Bush say after 9/11 to make us feel better? To get our minds off it. Go shopping. Shop till you drop. People camp out, waiting in line to be the first to store on Black Friday and start their Black Friday deals even earlier on Thanksgiving Day itself. Now they've moved it up even a week. It's Black Friday week. The grip of capitalism is impinging on a holiday whose original intent was already skewed in the first place. But this doesn't have to be the case. We can recognize our social programming, think for ourselves, and raise our collective consciousness. This Thanksgiving, let's make an effort to realize what this holiday should really be about. And while you're arguing with relatives over political topics, tax reform, illegal immigration, take a real moment to remember who the real illegal immigrants were and how we've been socially programmed to think otherwise. So let's get into the real history of Black Friday. Doesn't just get into just retail spending. First recorded use of Black Friday was applied to not holiday shopping, but to the financial crisis. September 24th, 1869, two Wall Street ruthless financiers, Jay Gould and Jim Fix, worked together to buy up as much as they could of the nation's gold, hoping to drive the price sky high. Conspiracy unraveled, sending the stock market into a free fall and bankrupting everyone from Wall Street to farmers. The most commonly repeated story behind the post-Thanksgiving shopping related to Black Friday tradition links it to retailers. As the story goes, after a year of operating at a loss in the red, stores would supposedly earn a profit that went into black after Friday, after Thanksgiving. In recent years, another myth has surfaced that gives a particularly ugly twist to the tradition, claiming that back in the 1800s, Southern plantation owners could buy slaves at a discount on the day after Thanksgiving. This version of Black Friday understandably led some to call for a boycott of the retail holiday. The true story behind Black Friday is not as sunny as retailers might have you believe. In the 1950s, police in the city of Philadelphia used the term to describe the chaos that ensued on the day after Thanksgiving when hordes of suburban shoppers and tourists flooded into the city in advance of the big Army-Navy football game held on Saturday every year. Philly cops would not be able to take the day off and would have to work extra long shift with additional crowds. Shoplifters would take advantage of the bedlam in the stores to make off with merchandise. 1961, Black Friday caught on in Philadelphia to the extent the city's merchants and boosters tried unsuccessfully to change it to Big Friday.
Pushed and shoved their way through Black Friday today. The mad dash into a Walmart store knocked shoppers to the ground near Grand Rapids, Michigan at 5 in the morning. Despite several people falling to the ground, shoppers charged ahead, fixated on doorbuster deals. A 13-year-old girl helping a pregnant woman get up had to be taken away by ambulance. Another woman who was injured was taken to the hospital. Her husband blamed the store for a lack of security.
Stores started open earlier on that Friday, and now most dedicated shoppers can head out right after that Thanksgiving meal, according to a pre-holiday survey this year by the National Retail Federation. An estimated 135.8 million Americans definitely plan to shop over Thanksgiving weekend and said they would or might take advantage of online deals offered on Cyber Monday. And then we should have a debt Tuesday through Thursday because that's what everybody goes into. And then there was Tulsa's Black Wall Street, which flourished as a self-contained hub in the early 1900s, before the Tulsa Race Massacre, where the city's Blast District of Greenwood was attacked by white mobs, resulting in 2 days of bloodshed. The massacre began on May 31st, 1921, and left hundreds of black residents dead, thousands of houses destroyed. The Greenwood District, with a population of 10,000 at the time, had thrived as the epicenter of the African-American business and cultural, particularly on bustling Greenwood Avenue, commonly known as Black Wall Street. Founded in 1906, Greenwood was developed on Indian territory, a vast area where a Native American tribe had been forced to relocate. Some African Americans had been former slaves of the tribes and subsequently integrated into tribal communities, acquired allotted land in Greenwood through the Dawes Act that gave land to individual Native Americans. The black sharecroppers fleeing racial oppression relocated to the region as well in search of better post-Civil War. Oklahoma began to be promoted as a safe haven for African Americans who start to become, particularly post-emancipation, to Indian territory. Largest number of black townships after the Civil War were located in Oklahoma. African Americans founded more than 50 black townships in the state. Gurley started a boarding house for African Americans. Word began to spread about opportunities for blacks in Greenwood, and they flocked to the district. Prominent black entrepreneurs followed suit, later becoming lawyers and activists, built a 55-room luxury hotel. Greenwood became self-contained and self-reliant. Demands for equal rights were an ongoing mission for blacks in Tulsa despite grim Jim Crow oppression. Greenwood itself had a railway track running through it that separated the black and white populations. As a practical matter, they had no choice where to relocate their business. Tulsa was rigidly segregated, and Oklahoma became increasingly racist after statehood. Greenwood Avenue, there were luxury shops, restaurants, grocery stores, hotels, jewelry, clothing stores, movie theaters, barber shops, salons, and a library. And pool halls, nightclubs, and offices for doctors, lawyers, and dentists. Greenwood also had its own school system, post office, savings bank and loan, hospital, bus, and taxi service. Greenwood was home to far less affluent African Americans as well. A significant number still worked in menial jobs such as janitors, dishwashers, porters, and domestics. The money they earned outside of Greenwood was spent within the district. It was said that within Greenwood, every dollar would change hands 19 times before it left the community. This is why they created the whole Rosa Parks story. Rosa Parks sitting in the white diner to get the blacks to go shopping in the white economy because the white economy was suffering at the time. All right, and so what did they do? They destroyed it. It wasn't long before the affluent African Americans attracted the attention of local white residents. I think the word jealousy is certainly appropriate during the time with the resurgence of the Ku Klux Klan. Routinely upheld the state's restrictions on voting access for American Indians. Lynchings proliferated across the country, particularly during the Red Summer of 1919, where anti-black riots erupted in major cities, including Tulsa, Oklahoma. The Tulsa Star, the newspaper, encouraged blacks to take up arms and show up at courthouses. And it went on and on. And then word of possible lynching spread. About around 75 armed blacks returned to the courthouse, where they were met by some 1,500 whites. This led to millions of property damage and no help from the city. But what really happened is they went and bombed the crap out of Tulsa, Black Wall. What ensued was one of the most devastating riots in American history, an event that can only be characterized as terrorism. Before dawn, a mob of angry white men stormed into Greenwood armed with guns, some provided by local officers who participated in the riots. Hundreds of businesses and homes were ransacked and set afire. Black men, some who served in World War I, rallied together and armed themselves, ready to fight for their families and community. White indiscriminately shot and killed men, women, and children on foot by car. As the number of casualties on both sides escalated, airplanes used in World War I were dispatched, firing rifles at residents and dropping fire bombs on the black community. Where did they get the fire bombs from? The military. Outnumbered and outgunned, the riots grew worse for black Tulsans. Countless families began to flee after being trapped between rampant flames and gunfire. Close to 300 blacks were murdered, while many others left injured, homeless, and held in internment camps by local law enforcement. By 1942, black Tulsans rebuilt Greenwood without any assistance from the state and saw a resurgence of over 240 businesses. But that's not where the story ends. These were thriving people. The state of Oklahoma had only 2 airports, yet 6 black families owned and flew their own airplanes. They were powerful folks. They had a beautiful community going on there, and it was absolutely devastated. I mean, this is a story that needs to get out. Police disregarded due process, arresting blacks and turning them into detention camps. Meanwhile, no whites were arrested. How would that make you feel if you were one of those families, folks, about justice or just us? So it was typical to have it Friday evening in Oklahoma. This was after they bombed the crap on Black Friday in Tulsa, Oklahoma on Black Wall Street Day, and they bombed them so that Black Wall Street could no longer exist. And they rounded up all the blacks and put them in outdoor pens. And so the whites in Oklahoma would go up on the hills and had a picnic, which meant to pick a nigger to lynch the next day. Sorry, it's true. The word picnic is rooted from the whole thing of pick a nigger. This is where individuals would pick a black person to lynch and make this into a family gathering. There would be music and a picnic, Nick being white acronym for nigger. Scenes of this were in the movie Rose. Black producers and writers should have chosen to use the word barbecue or outing instead of picnic. The attempt to tie lynchings to family outings where food was served is to misunderstand the real nature of the events. Rather, they were outbreaks of the mass white hysteria and attempts by groups of whites to terrorize and brutalize the entire black communities where they occurred. Victims were chosen at random, although women and children were frequently present. It is more accurate to view these events as the collective psychotic behavior rather than family outings. Lynching had become a ritual of the interracial social control and recreation rather than simply a punishment for crime. Wake up, folks, spread the word, speak out. They can't unhear you. Peace, love one another, give thanks to all. and share the gift of truth.
We're still going to be rolling here with a little bit of
interesting energy centers all over the world. These beautiful devices we see all over Asia, collecting energy, harvesting energy, sharing energy with the world, free. So you see these domes all over the world, very similar with the copper and whatnot. And you have the Tesla dome, it's very similar. And let me show you this. So this is called a mercury arc valve or mercury vapor rectifier or mercury arc rectifier, which is a type of electrical rectifier used converting high voltage or high current alternating energy AC into direct current. It is a type of cold cathode gas filled tube, but is unusual in that the cathode, instead of being solid, is made from a pool of liquid mercury and is therefore self-restoring. So think about mercury in a thermometer. When it heats up, the mercury will rise and raise the temperature of the thermometer. So mercury rectifier on display in the Switzerland before being decommissioned, 3-phase full wave rectifier with 6 anodes. And here you see an activating picture of it. And this is with mercury in them, and they have the copper and the brass domes or whatever materials, the earth materials they're using. And then they use magnets to keep the alternating current going. And here you can see the device operating. And you can see the mercury here being activated with just a touch. So this is what creates the alternating current. The little spark that creates the alternating current that keeps it going. Just like the ocean is salt water, and you've got the cathodes, you've got the North Pole, and you've got the South Circle, the positive in the Antarctic Circle, creating the 2 poles, and then the salt water electrolysis is the salt water that creates it, and then the plasma in the sky creates, the mercury creates the alternating current. That's where Tesla was made up and got the free energy. So here you see a breakdown of the rectifier resistance tube and the mercury in there being used. And this is a public garage type rectifier using red mercury. I'm going to show you a breakdown here in a minute. So mercury arc rectifier tube, they have these in old TV sets. You take the TV sets apart, the radios, you're going to see these as well. So what Mr. O'Brien described as a mercury arc valve is a type of electric rectifier, and it's still being used inside of an elevator. I guess it was never replaced. As a result, mercury arc valves are much more rugged and long-lasting, carry much higher currents than most other types of gas discharges because it's a type of cold cathode gas-filled tube, but instead of being solid, is made from liquid mercury, and that's what these are filled with. So here you can see again these figures. Let's make a bigger screen here. Of the Tesla dome and the state capitol domes and all the domes you see, they all have the same kind of configurations. And here you see the towers with the onion domes and the wide free wireless. You know, there are some wires here, but these are all wireless. Okay, this is 1890s, 1900s, 1910, free energy, wireless communications, all over the world. You see them, you go in your towns, your cities. I'm out here in Mendocino on the coast. They have these on the coast in Mendocino. All built 1840s to 1880s, 1890s. Horse and buggy. Remember, they built all this with horse and buggy is the story. But here we see all over the world these free energy devices, collecting the cathodes, collecting the harvesting the Earth's energy, the skies, the ether. The voltage gets higher the higher you go. So that's why you see these taller buildings collecting and harvesting more energy. And then the cymatics that are used as well. But you see these capitol domes, I think it was a basilica, all over the world with the copper domes. Copper is conductive electricity. So copper, magnets, red mercury, creating the cathodes, connecting to Earth's free energy. And you see these massive cranes in order to even work on these things were needed. Again, how did they build that back in the days of the horse and buggy and, you know, when they grab it, you know, it just doesn't make any sense. But look at all around the world, we're seeing these. That's what you see energy today, these capacitors. In every city where you live, you'll see those. Those are the energy generating devices they have now. Look at that. How? Why? Incredible. Look at these statues, all different ones at the top of these. Who could build this today? They tore down the glorious and put up the mundane. Took away all creativity, took away all beautiful free energy. Everybody dressed with class and elegance, integrity and grace. Balloons flew everybody around the world. We'll get into that in a little bit. No wires, folks.
Okay, let me go look in your car. What?
Want to go for a balloon ride? Balloons around the world. They used the Hindenburg to destroy all the balloon technology that was free energy. They would just go up through the towers, recharge them, because these were charging stations, energy gatherers, and they just charged up the balloons. People would load in from here. Non-invasive, non-polluting, tapping free energy. Where do you want to go today? Let's go ride in a balloon. Let me charge up my balloon here. They call it Antiquitech. Antique technology. Nothing new under the sun. What is Kindle? Kindle starts a fire. What is Kindle? Books, ebooks. Get rid of all knowledge. Talking about electric cars, We had electric cars. How classy those are. Elegant. There's the lions on the top. Electro buses. Electric buses. And we're bringing back the electric cars. No, we're not bringing it back. Always have them. We're just letting you do them again.
Bullshit. There's no fucking way.
Plug it right in. We need the electricity throughout all these houses too.
This is bullshit. They all didn't deliver.
Where would you like to go today, son? Why are we telling you this in school? Why are we showing there were electric cars everywhere? Why were we never told there was free energy for everybody? Oh, we were told. They're just always in cartoons. Look at these guys driving. Who are these people? Street sweeper. It's all the things with the horses. My question with all the horses and all these Tartarian old pictures. Where's the horse poop? There's never any horse poop, and you know how much horses poop. Those old pictures. Look at these classic cars. I remember the mass production of the Model A, Model T car. Henry Ford was not till 1906, 1908. Yet look at all these cars, electric cars already. And then Rockefeller got to switch to gasoline cars from using switch fuel, using hemp gas, hemp switchgrass, to using fossil fuel. That's when they got rid of the electric cars. Look at them all up. Electric truck operated by a municipal current. Eat a plate of ice cream every day.
Oh my goodness, I'm back. What a busy time around here. I hope that you're enjoying these things from Jamie, the New Age Tartarian believer. It's just that the Lord hasn't opened up his eyes yet, but he's sure using him for research. I know that was some hard things about, you know, nobody's accusing you white guys of owning any slaves out there. That was your dads and your granddads that was doing all that, those deals, you know, let's take over the Indians and things like that. But, you know, we'll get back to the war in a minute. It's all fun and games right now.
Where do you think these things get? I mean, all over electric cars. And how come no one knows about this?
We do.
Coke and candies. Canada. Charge her up. Let's go. Or you want to do a little single tube riding? I have no idea what these are even called. So here it looks like you got a little gasoline powered engine that runs on a single wheel. And away we go.
I remember those, Randy. I wonder if Randy is still around. I'm going to put that link back in there if anybody wants to come on and bail me out. I've been on for 3 hours. I've probably been here about an hour and a half. I know that was some pretty hard things. I want to say hello to Velocity Bear and Fractal Dust Bear. I do. You know, there is, you know, we know things the world isn't ready to accept. And we treat it as common knowledge, and it's not. It's not hard to imagine that China would be mad that we forced them to sell heroin and then pay for the war that made them enforce that. You know, they basically, you know, they still, you think that they don't have any reason to be upset with Taiwan. You know, Taiwan, you know, is all we got now. Remember communism, when I was a child, communism wasn't going to work. You know, it was, and then it did. And we can document that we feel we've gradually slipped into socialism, but it's not at least communism. But what is the difference in the long run? You know, when we still are all pledging allegiance to somebody's flag, but it is in the constraints of what those same governments allow us to worship. If the government says, no, you can't worship this week because of masks, it's masks. But they shouldn't be in charge, but they were and they are. And we've let them be in charge because we never owned slaves. So that was somebody else. That reminds me when Jesus was talking to the Jews, or was it John the Baptist? And they, you know, it's like, we don't have anything to repent of. We were never anybody's slaves. Like, wait, everybody knows that you were slaves twice in your history, once for 400 years to the Egyptians and once for 8 years to the tribe of the Cushites. It says so in the first chapter of Judges, or second chapter of Judges. But in their mind, the way they had been raised, they honestly, they felt they were saying, what? We've never been anybody's slaves. Hello, Simon Dread, my friend Luther, man, and he needs to practice and audition for the job of a co-host on Flat Earth Nation. I'm sure he'd get hired because he's friends of friends. But if Luther wants me to look up John chapter 8, I have to, it's that whole golden rule thing. I'm going to do unto him as he would have me do unto him. John chapter 8. That's in the New Testament. And it's talking about the light of the world. Again, Jesus spoke to them, saying, I am the light of the world. Whoever follows me will not walk in darkness, but will have the light of life. So the Pharisees said to him, you are bearing witness about yourself. Your testimony is not true. Self-justifiers would always say. Jesus answered, even if I do bear witness about myself, my testimony is true, for I know where I came from and where I am going. And where he came from was he is the Spirit God incarnate in the flesh, as a son would be. So they called it son. But in John 4:24, the Spirit that we must worship in spirit and truth is not in the flesh, nor has he ever been in the flesh. When Elyon is in the flesh, it's the Word of God, the Son of God. It's Yahweh, Elohim. It's a God. And this whole thing that, I won't, I can't allow the Baals to be around you. And it's like, oh, that must mean there's more than one gods. Well, you are a little God. You're a little, I mean, we can go over that Psalm too. Is that Psalm 82? We all are in charge of our own little temples. We all have organisms, RNA, DNA living inside of us in their own little worlds, much like it teaches in Men in Black with a cat holding a good galaxy. There's galaxies of life in us that we're in charge of. What we eat, it eats. The light of our eye is the light of their world. And Jesus is the creator of all worlds. He's the God above all gods. But there are and have been many gods. They'll all bow the knee. But it doesn't mean if there's many gods, then there's equal good gods, bad gods. That's not what the Bible teaches. And no wonder they call you honkies if you believe that. Actually, I know that makes no sense. It doesn't even make sense after I said it, hoping it would make sense. But honky and that has no connection. And I was being facetious. Jesus answered in verse 14, even if I do bear witness about myself, my testimony is true. For I know where I am coming from and I know where I am going, but you do not even know where I come from or where I am going. You judge according to the flesh. I judge no one, yet even if I do judge, my judgment would be true. For it is not I alone who judge, but I and the Father who sent me. In your law it is written that the testimony of two people is true. I am one who bears witness about myself, and the Father who sent me bears witness about me. And they said to him, therefore, where is your Father? Jesus answered him, you know neither me nor my Father. If you knew me, you would know my Father also. These words he spoke in the treasury. We heard about that, 20 by 30 by 50. Real geometry. I know it's sacred geometry. And as he taught in the temple, but nobody had arrested him because his hour had not yet come. Rolling back, verse 23 of John chapter 4, but the hour is coming and is now here when true worshipers will worship the Father in spirit and in truth. For the Father is seeking such people to worship him. For God is spirit, and those who worship him must worship in spirit and in truth. In chapter 5, in verse 13, now the man who had been healed did not know who it was, for Jesus had withdrawn as there was a crowd in the place. Afterward, Jesus found him in the temple and said to him, see, you are well. Sin no more, that nothing worse may happen to you. The man went away and told the Jews that it was Jesus who had healed him, and this was why the Jews were persecuting Jesus, because he had done these things on the Sabbath. But Jesus answered them, my Father is working until now, and I am working. This is why the Jews were seeking all the more to kill him, because not only was he breaking the Sabbath, but he was even calling God his own Father by making himself equal with God. Well, it's not a sin if you are God in the flesh, realizing I'm equal with the Spirit. So in verse 19, Jesus clarifies the situation as only God in the flesh could. He says, truly, truly, I say to you, the Son can do nothing of his own accord, but only what he sees the Father doing. For whatever the Father does, that the Son does likewise. For the Father loves the Son and shows him all that he himself is doing. The greater and greater works than these will he show him, so that you may marvel. For as the Father raises the dead and gives them life through fiat creation, so also the Son gives life to whom he will. For the Father judges no one, but has given all judgment to the Son, that all may honor the Son as they honor the Father. Whoever does not honor the Son does not honor the Father who sent him. Truly, I say to you, whoever hears my word and believes him who sent me has eternal life. He does not come into judgment, but has passed from death to life. Truly, truly, I say to you, an hour is coming and is now then to them. It was now here to them, when the dead will hear the voice of the Son of God, and those who hear will live. For as the Father, the Spirit, has life in himself, so he has granted the Son also to have life in the physical realm in himself, and he has given him all authority to execute judgment, because he is the Son of Man. Do not marvel at this. You could marvel about the other things that he was going to do, like walking on water, feeding 5,000 from a loaf of bread. But do not marvel at this, for an hour is coming when all who are in the tombs will hear his voice and come out, those who have done good to the resurrection of life, and those who have done evil to the resurrection of judgment. I can do nothing on my own. As I hear, I judge. And my judgment is just, because I seek not my own will, but the will of him who sent me. If I alone bear witness about myself. My testimony is not true. There is another who bears witness about me, and I know that the testimony that he bears about me is true. You sent to John, and he has borne witness of the truth. John the Baptist, verse 34. Not that the testimony that I receive is from man, but I say these things so that you may be saved. John was a burning and shining lamp, and you were willing to rejoice for a while in his light. But the testimony that the Lord Messiah has to give is greater than that of John. For the works that the Father has given me to accomplish, the very works that I am doing, bear witness about me that the Father has sent me. And the Father who sent me has himself borne witness about me. His voice you have never heard, his form you have never seen. And you do not have his word abiding in you, for you do not believe the one whom he has sent, speaking about himself. Verse 39, you search the scripture because you think that in them you have eternal life. And it is they who bear witness about me, the Messiah, yet you refuse to life. No, they're going to choose Barabbas, and he knows it. I do not receive glory from people, but I know that you do not have the love of God within you. I have come in my Father's name, and you do not receive me. If another comes in his own name, you will receive him. How can you believe when you receive glory from one another and do not seek the glory that comes from the only God? And do not seek the glory that comes from the only God. Do not think that I will accuse you to the Father. There is one who accuses you, Moses, on whom you have set your hope. For if you believed Moses, you would believe me, for he wrote of me. But if you do not believe Moses' writings, how will you believe that Jesus and his word teach that he is God, that he could walk on the water, that he is the bread of life? Jesus said to them in verse 35, I am the bread of life. Whoever comes to me shall not hunger, and whoever believes in me shall never thirst. But I said to you that you have seen me, and yet do not believe. All that the Father gives me will come to me, and whoever comes to me I will never cast out. For I have come down from heaven not to do my own will, but the will of him who sent me. And this is the will of him who sent me, that I should lose nothing of all that he has written the end from the beginning to give me, but raise it up on the last day. For this is the will of my Father, that everyone who looks on the Son and believes in him should have eternal life, and I will raise him up on the last day. As opposed to the others, Tyre, Edom, the Ammonites, Moab, and they're all going to get their own judgment. Judah, Israel, everybody's going to answer. unless they realize that from the very beginning, it was God who wrote the end from the beginning. And we need to understand what the Hebrews back in the day did not understand, that we've never been tempted. We've only been tested. God chastens those he loved. And he's loved us while we were yet in our sins. And we need to understand that we've made it this far the same way they did and will. Let's read or hear Amos 2, chapter 9. Yet it was I who destroyed the Amorite before them, whose height was like the height of cedars, and who was as strong as the oaks. I destroyed his fruit above and his roots beneath. Also, it was I who brought you up out of the land of Egypt and led you 40 years in the wilderness to possess the land of the Amorite. And I raised up some of your sons for prophets and some of your young men for Nazarites. Is it not indeed so, O people of Israel, declares the Lord? But you made the Nazarite drink wine and commanded the prophets, saying, you shall not prophesy. Behold, I will press you down in your place as a cart full of sheaves presses down. Flight shall perish from the swift, and the strong shall not retain his strength, nor shall the mighty save his life. He who handles the bow shall not stand, and he who is swift of foot shall not save himself, nor shall he who rides the horse save his life. And he who is stout of heart among the mighty shall flee away naked. In that day, declares the Lord. This has been spoken against the people of Israel, against the whole family that had been brought up out of the land of Egypt. Most people in the Christian world, if you'd say, boy, wasn't it sad in the Bible when the Jews went back to Egypt? They'd go, what do you mean? The Jews are God's chosen people, and he got them out of Egypt, set them up, and they didn't like the Messiah, so they're waiting on another plan B. But they did go back to Egypt for a reason. Otherwise, there'd be no reason that would have turned to Jeremiah chapter 42 and started reading at verse 17. All the men who set their faces to go to Egypt to live, there shall die by the sword, by famine, and by pestilence. They shall have no remnant or survivor from the disaster that I will bring on them. For thus says the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, as my anger and my wrath were poured out on the inhabitants of Jerusalem, so my wrath will be poured out when you go to Egypt. This was, he used Nebuchadnezzar and the Persians to take care of the group that fled back to Egypt also. The Lord has said to you, O remnant of Judah, do not go to Egypt. Know for a certainty that I have warned you this day that you have gone astray at the cost of your lives. For you sent me to the Lord your God, saying, pray for us to the Lord our God, and whatever the Lord our God says, declare to us, and we will do it. And Jeremiah, God's prophet, says, and I have this day declared it to you, but you have not obeyed the voice of the Lord your God in anything that he sent me to tell you. Now therefore know for a certainty that you shall die by the sword, by famine, and by pestilence in Egypt, where you desire to go and live. When Jeremiah had finished speaking, chapter 43 starts, to all the people all these words of the Lord their God, with which the Lord their God had sent him to them. Azariah, the son of Hoshaiah, and Johanan, the son of Kareah, and all the insolent men said to Jeremiah, "You are telling a lie. The Lord our God did not send you to say, 'Do not go to Egypt to live there.' But Baruch, the son of Neriah, has sent you against us to deliver us into the hand of the Chaldeans, that they may kill us or take us into exile into Babylon." So Johanan, the son of Kareah, and all the commanders of the forces and all the people did not obey the voice of the Lord to remain in the land of Judah. Well, what's new with that? That's just the way they roll. Verse 5. But Johanan, the son of Kareah, and all the commanders of the forces took all the remnant of Judah who had returned to live in the land of Judah from all the nations to which they had been driven, the men, the women, the children, the princesses, and every person whom Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard, had left with Gedaliah, the son of Ahikam, son of Shaphan, also Jeremiah the prophet. He kidnapped Jeremiah and Baruch, the son of Neriah, and took them to the land of Egypt. And they came into the land of Egypt, for they did not obey the voice of the Lord. And they arrived in Egypt at a town called Taphanes. The word of the Lord came to Jeremiah and Taphanes. Take in your hands large stones and hide them in the mortar in the pavement that is at the entrance to Pharaoh's palace in Taphanes, and in the sight of the men of Judah, and say to them, "Thus says the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, behold, I will send and take Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, my servant, and I will set his throne above these stones that I have hidden. He will spread his royal canopy over them. He shall come and strike the land of Egypt, giving over to the pestilence those who are doomed to the pestilence, to captivity those who are doomed to captivity, and to the sword those who are doomed to the sword. I will and shall kindle a fire in the temples of the gods of Egypt, and he shall burn them and carry them away captive. And he shall clean the land of Egypt as a shepherd cleans his cloak of vermin. And he shall go away from there in peace. He shall break the obelisks of Hierapolis, which is in the land of Egypt, and the temple of the gods of Egypt. He shall burn with fire. Why is all of this happening? Because they never listened to the Lord. They left, and what do they do to prophets? They treat them poorly. We're going to pick it up again in verse 5 of chapter 44. But they did not listen or incline their ear to turn from their evil and make no offerings to other gods. Therefore my wrath and my anger were poured out and kindled in the cities of Judah and in the streets of Jerusalem, and they became a waste and a desolation as at this day. And now thus says the Lord God of hosts, the God of Israel, why do you commit this great evil against yourself, to cut off from you man and woman, infant and child, from the midst of Judah, leaving you no remnant? Why do you provoke me to anger with the works of your hands, making offerings to other gods in the land of Egypt? Let that sink in, where you have come to live, so that you may be cut off and become a curse and a taunt among all the nations of the earth. But you've been brainwashed into, you got to pray for the peace of those people they call Israel today, and that's your good deed, and a lot gets neglected. Verse 9, have you forgotten the evil of your fathers, the evil of the kings of Judah, the evils of their wives, your own evil and the evil of your wives, which they committed in the land of Judah in the streets of Jerusalem? They have not humbled themselves even to this day, nor have they feared nor walked in my laws and statutes that I set before you and before your fathers. And he was going to leave just very few fugitives, not even what he would call a remnant. And the women are going to answer almost as if they would answer today, because they're not going to do what the Bible says in most cases. And their men are going to go, okay, we'll do it. We'll do it. Because most men are, have done enough things to cause their wife shame to where like they're going to, they don't want their second or third divorce. So they'd rather carry the purse that day. Verse 15, chapter 44 of Jeremiah. Then all the men who knew that their wives had made offerings to other gods, and all the women who stood by, a great assembly, all the people who lived in Egypt, Pathros in the land of Egypt, answered Jeremiah, as for the word that you have spoken to us in the name of the Lord, we will not listen to you, but we will do everything that we have vowed. They're not listening because they're bad. No, they're more religious, and they've found a better God that they have to honor. They have vowed to the Queen of Heaven. We will not listen to you, but we're going to do the righteous thing because we've made vows, make offerings to the Queen of Heaven, and pour out drink offerings to her, as we did, both we and our fathers, our kings, and our officials were all pouring out offerings to the Queen of Heaven. They all found a better God in the cities of Judah and in the streets of Jerusalem. For then we had plenty of food. Land prospered, and we saw no disaster. But whenever they went back to listening to the God of Egypt, and he expected them to restrain themselves, they saw a disaster. But it's God saying, you're turning away from what is right. There is only one God, and they knew it, but they didn't care. Somehow they were connecting sacrificing to the Baals as blessing their land. Verse 18, they continued, but since we left off making offerings to the Queen of Heaven and pouring out drink offerings to her, we have lacked everything and have been consumed by the sword and by famine. You see, because what does it say about the wicked woman who commits adultery? How does she handle it? She goes, I haven't done anything wrong. That's what they say. She wipes her mouth and says, I haven't done anything wrong. So she just wants to move forward as she's not done anything wrong. And the men are going right there with her. Okay, yeah, because the men are, the men are in quite a predicament, aren't we? Because here we are as Bible believers, and roughly half the Bible believers are women. And yet, the headship of Christ and the head of, the Bible, most women are going to agree those days are over. Man is not the head of me. We're completely and totally equal in Christ. Well, yeah, in Christ you are equal. But in the order of things, God always has had that hierarchy. And there were certain things in the Bible men can do and certain things women don't do. Most women aren't going to agree with that today. There's enmity between women and the seed. And good luck, men, if you're going to go out there and find women that are going to say, no, it's because it's true, it's true. And they're not going to want to say, well, maybe I wouldn't want to go to a church where a woman couldn't be a deacon. Well, women can be deacons. They can't be, I don't see anything where they can be an elder or a pastor, but they can certainly, be at prayer meetings and talk and say prayers. There's a lot of things women can do, but it doesn't mean God is unequal. Man looks on not, or now our drink offerings are our thoughts, not an outward appearance. All right, my bus is arriving. Good deal. Hallelujah. Send us a picture, man. That's going to be pretty darn awesome. There's a reminder to hit the like button if you do like it. Some people think, I just don't give my likes away for nothing, man. Okay, you know, I can see there's probably a lot about this that isn't as polished as a lot of the other videos. Let's see, do I have any final thoughts on that? Do I even know where we're at? No, this, you know, to me, this is a, you know, I don't have a Discord group. When I'm on, you know, I put it in like that. If you you know, I pay extra for StreamYard. I can have 10 people in here at one time. And you guys could Discord group all you want. And I would love to monitor things like that. All they need to do is hit that and have a microphone. But the Discord app, which I did try, man, it tries to take over everything. Every time you fire up your computer, and I mostly am about research, it just want to steer you. So you're back and want to go to Discord, huh? And it's just too many steps to get it to not do that. And then you have to remember to go back and turn it back on. But honestly, the reason I do, you know, I like it, and I put the thing up there because I like to bounce off ideas, and I have strong ideas, and iron does sharpen iron. I know that's a true statement because I read it in the Bible. I know it was hard. It's hard for a lot of people. You know, it's nice when Jamie and everything are you know, showing those videos, but the one about, you know, Thanksgiving, and you know, the first thing you always get from white people, I never owned a slave, so it's, you know, white people couldn't have anything to do with it. Man, there are people lynched, and your grandparents very well could have been in on it if you're, you know, pouting your chest going, I can trace my genealogy back to you know who. Well, then your grandparents were in on it, man. This cover up happened. Those orphan trains happened for a reason. Golden age is over, and you don't have to like it, but don't deny it. I don't want to play that one again. I don't want to hash up your rackles of my honky audience. So let's, you know, I need to rest my voice, gather my thoughts, wait and see if anybody's going to come on.
Area 50 active deep underground military bases in the United States. There's 1,477 of them worldwide. Each one has an average cost of $17 to $19 billion. Each one is built in the site of, it used to be, take a year to 2 years to build each one. And now they're capable of building a couple of them a year with sophisticated methods. My colleague, Al Felix, is been on some of the high-speed rail in the United States. He's been on a Mach 2 train and floats off the single rail at a 3/4 of an inch off the rail. And there's what you call high-tech. We have nothing like this on the surface. Groove Lake is where the infamous Area 51, S4, S2, a CIA base, was originally a bombing range, a nuclear test site. It was later become the most secret base in the United States. It employs over 18,000 workers, work in shifts of 12 hours at a whack. Most of them work in the cover of darkness, like us. We built out 9 underground military bases there, each with an average capacity capable of basically a city underground, roughly 4.25 cubic miles hollowed out underground. They have boring machines, for instance. They don't bore, they literally vitrify and melt the rock and black rake the rock. It's a very sophisticated laser. melting and deflagrating system. Reduces the rock to a powder and then melts the remaining rock as a coating on the inside of the base, so you don't have.
All right, so just a quick for you guys, there's a reason that this monolith is breaking off perfectly clearly and straight when this is coming out of a mountain. That's not poured. That probably is just them cleaning out an old tunnel. Sometimes they do, they may not have to, but that's very strange. And that doesn't look like concrete that's been poured. Continues of the block here. Let's see it break through one more time, and then we'll keep it rolling here. It's a short video.
Rating system. Reduces the rock to a powder and then melts the remaining rock as a coating on the inside of the base, so you don't have to use gunite cements and other kinds of things like that. That's all old hat now. Technology, it's just basically the new technology we get is the old hat of the military. Anyway, after we drilled all 4 holes, it took about 2 days to drill all 4 of them. And when you build an underground base, you drill 4 basic holes, and you build, call them stopes or cross-member holes across, and you use blasting equipment, and special blasting equipment by the analyzation of a rock formation, and you literally blast out or tunnel out, or deflagrate or melt rock out to build the large rooms that are required for these underground bases. I was involved in building another base inside of Dulce, New Mexico, which is Los Alamos Laboratory. It's a biological laboratory. On the southwest part of the Archuleta Mesa, we built an underground facility, a better part of 3 cubic miles, all about underground. Then to the southwest of that, we were in the process of the early stages of building. We drilled 4 large tunnel-like holes, and some of them ran 2.5 miles under surface. Number of the original wells or drilling machines that were used were the rate of 2 miles a day. Area 51 is only one base, one of the 131 bases. Of these 131 bases, I call Area 51 a mega base. It's got more than one base. Strongpod Test Range, Area 51, S2, S4, Groom Lake, and a host of others. Now, these mega bases are gobbling up our gross national product. Right now, we're spending 28% of the gross national product on building underground bases solely. That doesn't count for the defense budget. That doesn't count for the spare parts budget. It doesn't count for any of that at all. And the black budget is dead wrong. It sidesteps the United States Congress and its Constitution of its people and says you're a bunch of morons, you don't need to know. Well, a need-to-know basis is an executive order written during the Eisenhower era, right after the created 1954 treaty, and is treasonous and illegal in this country and should be overturned and abolished. All this alien thing is fine, except for one thing. Alien takeover is a serious threat. Kept totally out of the public view, off the surface. I'm sure the underground bases, without question, are being used.
You see how they always want to take it to Atlantis, don't they? They always want to take it to Atlantis. I always remember I wanted to take it underground. No takers, huh? No takers on popping online. I'm trying to get there. You know, I could have up to 10 people on here asking questions. Not that the $20 a month is wasted if you don't do it. What is this? Somebody, hey, task manager. Disable that startup. Yeah, for the Discord. I ended up doing that. But then, that was back a few years ago when I was in contact with Andreas Xerxes and the other people that were really fascinated with the stones, and they tried to take it to Atlantis also. But I'm happy. I'd rather know what I know right now for my own personal reading of the Bible and my own peace of mind and salvation. Man, we're gonna want to update on what you're cooking and everything else. So a few years ago, before the pandemic and everything else, there was a man who had a 6-wheel drive converted crane that he had made into a mobile home, and he was willing to take me out to look for bunkers that we could live in case of what's happening in our world today. But eventually he didn't want to take me because I didn't think the Q movement was good and that Donald Trump wasn't the answer. And so why find a place to live away from people that were going to be living under martial law very differently than I had hoped to live if I didn't really even understand that we needed Trump in the Q movement. Well, I thought we'd do fine without it. To gather his attention and the attention of others, I used to, look up and we've talked about the forced majeure and we'll talk more about common law. But if I would, let's see, how would I start? I could go, we can find them because they've done this work before underground. How do you spell that Maginot Line? There was a lot more going on around the world. And this line, as you can see, it covered everything. It was big. And they were star forts above ground. I mean, this is just how one gun turret, and there were so many, and it was all mechanized. And of course, in their world, they say they dug out those hundreds of miles and made all these star forts in, less than 10 years. And they love to show you, oh, it's just some bunkers on the top, that can take direct hits. But that's not the Maginot Line at all. There again, you can see it. A mortar. Here's how you go into the Maginot Line. Looks like you're going, so why do they just show, oh, the Maginot Line is bunkers? All they would have had to do is go down and say, oh, no, it's not. It's an entrance into a star fort, baby. An underground city. And I believe they're all over the world. But there you go. Oh, no, that's the Maginot Line.
That's nice. It's the whole mountain. The whole mountain. A little bit of what it was like to be a soldier in the Wehrmacht when you knew you were losing, but the Red Cross was already setting up the rat trails for them to smuggle the money. And whatever money the Allies found, believe me, they got most of it out. Doesn't quite work out so well when you get, but don't worry. IB Farben, BMW, no one that produced anything of that made money for the companies that were owned by Germans and outside interests. They were never charged with any war crimes. And those vehicles were all paid for with credit. And history was rewritten afterwards. And this war took place during an armistice of World War I. They were dividing up the countries because China was subdued. Russia was having their own communist revolution. And there's the Maginot Line. Look, it covered the whole France. And everything they show on the top, there was so much more underground, as you're now aware of. Everything underneath it. You could take a train from one mountain to another mountain underground. But even back then, it doesn't look like they wanted too much to be known about it. Well, they are showing some of its. Keep it running, boys. That's the Maginot Line, life underground. They're still everywhere around the world. Most of them haven't been redesigned for war, but we can find them, we can hide. That's all I want to do. Because it was, it doesn't look like we're going to be a part of the Star Fort world. We missed the 1,000 years. But it says, blessed are those who make the last 45, holding on to their faith. Because our home will be better. Better will be one day in God's court than 10,000 elsewhere. That's how you take the train to work in the Maginot Line. We'll just walk it unless somebody can figure out how to do all that harnessing the energy with those vortex battery things everybody's always showing me. It looks good. Maybe they still got this cooking thing set up. Look at that's a Russian dancing machine. That's not as easy as it looks. Pretty soon they'll be drafting people up again. Oh, you're hungry? You need a uniform and a gun? Come on, join our army. Don't worry about doing what God said. Follow orders from Or otherwise you'll have no more mom and apple pie for the rest of eternity. And people through eternity will know that your mom is not eating apple pie because you wouldn't die for her in a foreign war.
Est une affaire de volonté. La guerre peut être longue, nous devons nous y préparer. Il faut accepter des sacrifices et faire confiance au pays. En souscrivant au bon d'armement,
Yeah, those soldiers did pay for those hats. And everybody tells them, oh, don't worry, if you ever get leave, everybody will think you're just the handsomest thing in your world. Look at you in your uniform. Victory, the Arc de Triomphe. Inside the Maginot Line, they're everywhere.
Who were guarding the Serpent Island, a small island in the south of the Black Sea, and they were threatened by the Russian military vessel.
They were guarding the Serpent Island. It's a small island in the south of the Black Sea of Shining Seas.
And they asked them to surrender to save their lives, and they said no. And all of them were killed by Russians. We Ukrainians will always remember it, and it will be very hard to forgive it.
And some of our teams there on the ground have certainly met with some Ukrainians there who are still just as patriotic.
It starts now, early in the war. Make heroes of the people who died fighting. Don't do it. Don't you do it.
And want to move forward and remain optimistic. Ambassador, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. And again, big thank you to all Americans. We feel and value your support.
Thank you. When we come back here on ABC News Live, more on that historic Supreme Court nomination, the dramatic day of testimony in the Breonna Taylor case, and why her mother and sister were told to leave the courtroom, and the major news in the fight against COVID and the change to mask guidance. But up next, my conversation with an American I first met in Ukraine just weeks ago. He's now struggling to leave that nation.
News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast, now streaming on ABC News Live.
It was a scary time. In the 70s, you had multiple bodies showing up in Los Angeles.
There were so many murders happening. You had to have a name for it. Serial.
Come on, man. Give me a break.
Russian tanks roll into Ukraine. The target? The capital, Kiev. Ukraine's president says the response from the West is not good enough. So, what are the options? Can Ukraine defend itself? This is Inside Story.
From Al Jazeera.
Hello and welcome to the program. I'm Mohammed Jamjoum. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is intensifying with air and ground assaults. Russian troops have taken several towns and cities and also the Chernobyl nuclear disaster site. Now they're attacking the capital, Kiev. Explosions and gunfire have forced hundreds of thousands of people to escape to subway stations and makeshift bomb shelters. Russian tanks have arrived over the border from Belarus. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says Russia is targeting civilian areas. He is calling for stronger sanctions against Moscow, adding his country is being forced to fight alone.
When bombs fall on Kiev, it happens in Europe, not just in Ukraine.
When missiles kill our people, it's the death of Europeans. I demand greater security for Europe, greater protection for Ukraine as part of a democratic world.
The US, Australia, and Japan are among those countries who have now imposed more sanctions against Russia. European Union leaders agreed to target Russia's financial system, state-owned companies, and business people, but the measures stopped short of blocking Russia from the SWIFT global payment system. The Kremlin promised retaliatory sanctions. Russia's foreign minister says Moscow will only hold talks with Kiev when Ukraine's army surrenders. Sergei Lavrov accused Ukraine's president of being insincere.
He is simply lying to you when he says he's ready to discuss Ukraine's neutral status. We suggested all sorts of options and President Putin discussed it with Macron, and he said it directly. The expansion of NATO is unacceptable. We wanted to seek further security options which would be guaranteeing demands for Ukraine, European nations, and Russia. But our demands on security guarantees have not been met.
You know what? You know what they hate over in China and Russia and everything else? Petrodollars. They can't stand them. From 3 years ago, let's see what they're talking about 3 years ago. What was on the mind of people 3 years ago?
Good day, fellow investors. On Monday, something historical happened. A yuan-denominated oil contract exchange, future contract exchange, could be a game changer for the global perspective on currencies for the global reserve currency, the dollar. And today we're going to explain what happened, how it's going to impact the dollar in your portfolio, and what you should do. So a future oil contract is one where you buy a certain amount of oil at a future date. Since Monday, March 26, future contracts have started trading at the Shanghai International Energy Exchange. The exchange is in a free trade zone, which means that foreigners can trade on that market too. Now, some say it is the end of the dollar as the dominating currency in the world. Some say it will have absolutely no impact. Let's dig into the two perspectives and see what is the most likely outcome and how will that affect us. So, the positives for the yuan and other currencies in the world. If you wanted to buy oil up till now, you had to buy it through the dollar. So everything was denominated in dollars. Now, Chinese companies can buy oil without having any fears about currency fluctuations. What they pay in their own currency will be the actual price when the oil is delivered at a later date. So that's one. Further, now the question becomes, as China is the biggest importer of oil in the world and has surpassed the US, will the oil markets shift towards China and put pressure on the petrodollar, which has been used in oil transactions since 1974 and the contract between the US and Saudi Arabia? So we'll see how that affects and whether that will affect. People that say that it won't have a big effect is that everything in China is controlled. So nobody would like to invest or be exposed to a controlled currency. Plus, the Chinese government doesn't like speculation. And there is a lot of speculation on an oil market, especially an oil futures market. And there is fear that the Chinese government will intervene into that market. Some have said, like Peter Schiff or Maloney, the gold bugs here on YouTube, that the Petro Yuan is backed by gold. That's false, that's fake news. I haven't seen any reliable source saying that, and I haven't seen any official source saying that. So everything can be exchanged to gold, but it's not backed by gold. So it's not fixed to gold. So this doesn't have any impact on gold prices. And it shows also that their thesis about gold is just to pump up whatever theory they have to sell their product. It's not a real unbiased picture on gold. Gold can go up, but gold can also go down. So that's always the risk-reward perspective on gold. You can check my video on gold. Back to the petrodollar. On the other hand, if companies, corporations, countries start losing faith in the dollar as a global reserve currency, and they start putting more faith into the yuan as China grows in power. Asia has 4.5 billion people, North America 500 million people, Europe 800 billion people. So there is much more weight that goes the Asian way, the Chinese way. So over the long term, there will be a slow shift from the dollar as a reserve currency to other global currencies. And what China is doing now, that's why it's a historical date. It won't have an impact now, but over the long term, they are preparing for taking over, maybe not taking over the dollar, but really preparing a strong counterbalance to the dollar. This means nothing will change now because that's how financial markets work. 10 days ago, Tesla was a sound company, the stock price was high and everything was okay. Then, in 1 second, Moody downgraded reports about autonomous drive failures, about the slow production of the Model 3, and now the stock has crashed and Tesla is a broken stock, perhaps a broken company, if they won't be able to refinance. So, in just one moment, everything shifted. And this is what the Chinese government is playing on. If in the next 10, 20 years, people lose confidence in the dollar and there is something similar ready with all the infrastructure in place, oil futures market, gold futures market, whatever, and free trade, which they will slowly allow, and they will perhaps even let the yuan loose in time, then there is a shift. Okay, we can now shift from the country that's losing the world dominance to a country that's becoming the world's most powerful economic force. And there is nothing we can do it, whether we like it or not. China will become the most powerful economic force in the world. So that's something to think when you invest and when you position yourself over the very, very long term. The impact on the dollar, this is the game changer. Now you had to have US dollars.
Yes. What I'm saying is if you're waiting and holding out for the United States to rescue you, it's not going to happen.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Crash Course Economics. We have a very full house today.
Browse through a couple of historical examples of infrastructural power in action. I think that in the Q&A and in the discussion, we will probably talk about present day. Lots of things are going on, but I chose to just highlight, because that's what I did my work on this in recent years, a couple of examples. The first is important because it shows that really the history of this is quite long, and one could go back even further, of course. But this is a pretty significant example. Recycling of so-called petrodollars in through the euro-dollar market in the 1970s. Briefly, the question was how can we? There were two questions when oil exporters accumulated these reserves from the export of sort of oil that was much more expensive as a result of the oil shock in the early 70s. One was, who will issue the debt that will absorb the oil exporters? Petrodollars?
And remember, it was the 1970s. Only in the 1970s did we have, all of a sudden Saudis in power and other people saying, they're not religious enough. We need suicide bombers. All that's brand new to the world since petrodollars.
Hello and welcome to universityofshed.net. This lecture is taken from University of Shed's Economics series and is on the Bretton Woods system. Although technically within the United Nations system, the Bretton Woods institutions, the two most important of which are the World Bank and the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, have possessed a strong sense of their own independence since their inception in July 1944. Named after the village in New Hampshire, USA, where 44 allied countries met to discuss the closer integration and management of the global economy, their purpose was clearly outlined by US Treasury Secretary Henry Morgenthau, who said that the aim of the conference was the creation of a dynamic world community in which the peoples of every nation will be able to realize their potentialities in peace. The institutions were established whilst the Second World War was still in process, but was clear that the Allies were going to win. The spectre of millions of bodies on the battlefield and of the Great Depression just a decade and a half previously loomed large in the minds of the delegates, and it was clear that a new global financial order was necessary. The IMF's responsibility was to monitor exchange rates and to lend reserve currencies to nations with trade deficits, thereby helping them stave off bankruptcy and hyperinflation. Its goal was also to encourage and further international trade. The role of the World Bank can be seen in its original name, the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. The IBRD would lend money to countries whose economies and systems of infrastructure had been ravaged during the war. Nowadays, the IMF has 187 members, 4 times the number of original signatories. Since its inception, the IMF has had to deal with a number of severe economic crises, all of which have shaped its role and responsibilities in some way. This includes the end of the fixed rate exchange system in 1971, the oil shocks of the mid-1970s, the international debt crisis of the 1980s, the economic fallout following the collapse of the Soviet Union after 1989, and the international economic crisis from...
Don't forget the first one he mentioned, the end of the fixed rate exchange system in 1971 meant the United States was forced to admit they didn't have the gold to back the dollars and the silvers, and it was only based on their trust, and that no money was based on silver since 1964. So that was a big shock. That caused the oil crisis. That caused all of everything leading up until today. Everybody thought that the money was backed by gold and silver. Au contraire.
2007 onwards. Its work can be categorized as falling into 3 distinct areas. Surveillance, observing global trends and advising on macroeconomic issues. Technical assistance, assisting low and middle income countries in managing their economies. And lending, providing support to help countries avoid balance of payment deficit and potential bankruptcy. The World Bank is the largest public development institution in the world. In 2010, it led $72 billion US. Its main focus is on reducing poverty and creating sustainable growth in the world's poorest countries, specifically those in Africa, as well as post-conflict countries and fragile states. The World Bank focuses on funding projects, for example, building schools and hospitals, or in providing water and electricity. As their name suggests, they also have a global remit and concentrate their efforts on cross-border issues such as trade, climate change, and infectious diseases. There are many criticisms made of the IMF and World Bank. 3 of the most often repeated ones are, firstly, their economic policies are neoliberal, i.e. ultra-free market, and therefore represent a Western ideal of economic interaction, which may not be suitable for all countries. Furthermore, the conditionalities, the enforced economic changes placed by the institutions on recipient countries through mechanisms such as structural adjustment programs are unfair. Secondly, the management of the institutions is dominated by industrialized countries. Unlike, say, the UN General Assembly, voting is dictated by the percentage of shares held, thus allowing some countries to wield an effective veto. Thirdly, there have been questions raised in terms of the ethics of some of the projects funded. For example, hydroelectric dams, which may produce much needed power, but the construction of which requires the displacement of indigenous peoples living nearby. In conclusion, The Bretton Woods institutions have had a huge influence on the global economy, but they have not been without their controversies. However, at the end of 2011, as national economies struggle, the role of these supranational economic organizations is only going to become more important.
Wow. So anyway, we don't have the money. You know, we've been borrowing money. Things haven't been looking good for us for a while, yet we're still holding on. Well, we've known all this. And now, a war is forcing us to go, well, what are we going to do? From 2014.
Well, inflation was the opposite to. Keynes he didn't want this, he didn't like it, because it would mean that America was clearly the top dog here. And he did say to the US that if they carried on like this, Britain and other countries had a fallback position, which was barter. He said Britain might be forced to some very unacceptable means of pushing our foreign trade. He said basically that Britain could push its goods into foreign markets by bilateral trade deals. He said Germany's been doing this for years.
I hope this one works out. See if there's anything on the Creative Commons. (1964). Everything was really weird when we were all focused on poor Roman Catholic that got killed in our office. President.
Right now, kid, we're boarding up here. You've got to cut us apart out. I'll set up with the first batch of the cover party right now. Make your approach and I'll have the other side of the river. The other side of the river. We will come out to you. Repeat. We will come out to you. Over.
Okay. Gotcha, Harry. Coming in now. Over.
Right, first batch.
Vengeance be mine, said the outsmarted. We really are all burned up with this new affair. Right? Big brother.
Mercenaries obsessed with hate,
Come on, let's get it!
each vying for the other's death. They race against the last grenade. Harry Grigsby, heading a team of cutthroat mercenaries breaking into China to do the dirty work no self-respecting army would undertake.
I got some heavy bread to lay on guys that got the right know-how. Interested?
The answer to that is pointing straight into your stomach.
Your move, Harry.
Woo!
This is Mega Shot.
And there are people going like, yeah, man, let's go get them. I wish that more people did creative comment things instead of reading it on Wikipedia.
War is supposed to be a last resort, but does Britain's relationship with the war industry have an impact on our ability to encourage peace? Upon leaving office in 1961, former US President Eisenhower warned of a military-industrial complex. He was concerned that having powerful actors with interests which lend themselves to benefit not from peace, but from war, could have a negative impact on politics, especially if the public isn't aware of it. Fast forward to 2016, and the war industry is big business globally, and the UK is one of the leading players. But how many of us are aware of the impact of this on our ability to promote peace? The Ministry of Defence is the government department responsible for protecting the security, independence and interest of our country at home and abroad. Despite cuts in public spending in recent years due to government austerity and the official end of the Afghanistan and Second Iraq War, Britain's spending of £35.1 billion on defence remains the fifth highest in the world. That means that around £5 of every £100 of government money is spent on defence. But the UK isn't alone. It's part of an alliance called NATO, where countries vow to defend each other. The 28 NATO members spent more on defence last year than the world's other 168 countries combined. The British economy also profits from the arms industry by making weaponry and equipment and selling it to other countries. Britain is one of the leading countries in the world for this. Last year we exported £9.4 billion worth of arms. And who are we selling them to? Every year, the British Foreign Office compiles a list of countries with dubious human rights records. Last year, Britain exported arms to 21 of the countries on that list. Most notably, this includes Saudi Arabia, which is accused of killing thousands of people in a war in Yemen and is alleged to have committed war crimes, according to Human Rights Watch. The arms industry is a significant part of the UK economy. It directly employs an estimated 142,000 people in this industry and contributes an estimated £9 billion to the economy. Some human rights organisations have called on the government to stop selling arms to countries with such poor human rights records. But how many politicians are going to clamp down on the arms industry when there are so many jobs and so much money at stake? And there have been several reports on the sometimes cosy relationship between private arms companies and a number of government officials. Britain has been involved in multiple conflicts in the last 20 years. So as long as Britain continues to export such large quantities of arms and spend such a significant amount of money on defence, are we really able to promote global peace? Have we, as President Eisenhower warned of in the US, developed our own military-industrial complex in Britain, where vested interests in government, military and arms companies have an undue impact on our politics?
CIA stuff, and it well probably 81 when Reagan.
You guys sounds worse than me.
I'm not talking about American troops. They are not needed. They have not been requested. The democratic resistance fighting in Nicaragua is only asking America for the supplies and support to save their own country from communism. The question the Congress of the United States will now answer is a simple one. Will we give the Nicaraguan democratic resistance the means to recapture their betrayed revolution, or will we turn our backs and ignore the malignancy in Managua until it spreads and becomes a mortal threat to the entire New World? Will we permit the Soviet Union to put a second Cuba, a second Libya, right on the doorstep of the United States? How can such a small country pose such a great threat? Well, it's not Nicaragua alone that threatens us, but those using Nicaragua as a privileged sanctuary for their struggle against the United States. Their first target is Nicaragua's neighbors, with an army and militia of 120,000 men, backed by more than 3,000 Cuban military advisors. Nicaragua's armed forces are the largest Central America has ever seen. The Nicaraguan military machine is more powerful than all its neighbors combined. This map represents much of the Western Hemisphere. Now, let me show you the countries in Central America where weapons supplied by Nicaraguan communists have been found. Honduras, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala. Radicals from Panama to the south have been trained in Nicaragua, but the Sandinista revolutionary reach extends well beyond their immediate neighbors. In South America and the Caribbean, the Nicaraguan communists have provided support in the form of military training, safe haven, communications, false documents, safe transit, and sometimes weapons to radicals from the following countries: Colombia, Ecuador, Brazil, Chile, Argentina, Uruguay, and the Dominican Republic. Even that is not all, for there was an old communist slogan that the Sandinistas had made clear they honor: the road to victory goes through Mexico. If maps, statistics, and facts aren't persuasive enough, we have the words of the Sandinistas and Soviets themselves. One of the highest level Sandinista leaders was asked by an American magazine whether their communist revolution will, and I quote, be exported to El Salvador, then Guatemala, then Honduras, and then Mexico. And he responded, that is one historical prophecy of Ronald Reagan that is absolutely true. Well, the Soviets have been no less candid. A few years ago, then Soviet Foreign Minister Gromyko noted that Central America was, quote, boiling like a cauldron and ripe for revolution. At a Moscow meeting in 1983, Soviet Chief of Staff Marshal Ogakov declared, over 2 decades, there are Nicaragua, I should say there was only Cuba in Latin America. Today, there are Nicaragua, Grenada, and a serious battle is going on in El Salvador. But we don't need their quotes. The American forces who liberated Grenada captured thousands of documents that demonstrated Soviet intent to bring communist revolution home to the Western Hemisphere. So we're clear on the intentions of the Sandinistas and those who back them. Let us be equally clear about the nature of their regime. To begin with,
on June 18, 1986, a young basketball player named Lynn Bias was celebrating. The Boston Celtics had recently selected him as their first-round draft pick, and Reebok offered him a multi-million-dollar deal. Even before he played in the NBA, he was a national star. At night, he went to lie down, saying he didn't feel well, and he never woke up. At 8:55 in the morning on June 19th, he was pronounced dead from heart failure. The autopsy revealed that there was cocaine in his system, and the ramifications from this would be enormous. Now, it's worth clarifying here that the medical examiners did attribute the cocaine to his death. I've heard some people argue that they never concluded that cocaine was the cause of his death, only that it was in his system, but the medical examiners did conclude that cocaine overdose was the cause of death. However, the media and the government jumped on a few things about the story that are under dispute. One is that Len Bias was smoking crack. In reality, they don't know how he consumed the cocaine, but it probably wasn't crack. One report speculated he could have smoked freebase cocaine, though that wasn't really popular in 1986, but others said he either snorted it or swallowed it in a drink. Nobody knows exactly how he consumed the cocaine, but I personally remember being taught in school that he smoked crack, and his death occurred right after crack was starting to make national news, so it was a convenient narrative to jump on. I also remember being taught that it was the first time that Bias had ever used cocaine. Some of his teammates claimed this, to be fair, but these accounts are obviously suspect. The primary reason that it was reported that he used cocaine for the first time was that the media and the government had already been cultivating an image of cocaine use that it was instantly addictive. So using cocaine and crack one time can make you completely addicted. I also remember being taught this when I was younger, but it's completely untrue. That narrative about cocaine addiction is an absolute fabrication. Part of the reason it was easy to spread this narrative in the case of Len Bias is because prior to his overdose, the media was presenting him as this squeaky clean kid from a good family. So they just concluded that this must have been his first time using cocaine. It probably wasn't, and some reports have contested this, but nobody really knows for sure. Regardless of the actual specific circumstances of Len Bias's death, this was the exact kind of catastrophe the government couldn't let go to waste. On the morning that his death was reported in the press, Len Bias was all anybody could talk about in Congress. Tip O'Neill, the Democratic representative of Boston, who was the Speaker of the House at the time, was screaming for blood. There had better be some anti-cocaine legislation, and it had better not be something that the Republicans could take sole credit for. With the death of Len Bias, the cocaine scare of the 1990s had reached its apogee. I'm Chris Calton, and this is the Mises Institute podcast, Historical Controversies. In this episode, we're going to look at the so-called crack epidemic that dominated both news and politics in the second half of Reagan's presidency. The death of Len Bias wasn't the beginning of the cocaine scare. It was merely the tragedy that the government and the media needed to finally get nationwide attention of the stories they had been trying to generate for the past few years. In the summer of 1981, Times Magazine ran a cover story titled, "High on Cocaine, a Drug with Status and Menace." But despite the demagogic title, the article presented cocaine as a relatively safe drug, at least compared to heroin, and cocaine users were painted as the wealthy elite, such as Richard Pryor, who made the news a year before for setting himself on fire while preparing freebase cocaine. By the mid-'80s, things were changing. The Colombian drug trade was exploding with the infamous Medellin cartel, which is the one that Pablo Escobar is a part of, and their rival, the Cali cartel, supplying huge amounts of cocaine to the U.S. and driving down the price, so it was becoming more widely available. By this time, cocaine in its powder form was being used by more middle and upper class people who would work during the week and party on the weekends, referred to colloquially as weekend warriors. It was really the illegal cocaine trade that first started getting attention rather than the negative effects of the cocaine itself. In 1985, the Los Angeles Times ran the first story about a new form of cocaine called rock or bazuco. Now, crack rocks and bazuco are different things, but this wasn't known at the time. The three smokable forms of cocaine that have been popular in different regions and times are freebase cocaine, bazuco, and crack. Bazuco is a cocaine paste that is produced in the process of producing cocaine powder, but it never became popular in the United States. It was only ever very big in South America. Freebase cocaine is the cooking of cocaine with ether that pretty much turns it back into bazuco, but it was never widely used either. But in the 1980s, somebody figured out that if you cook cocaine with baking soda and water, you get smokable form that you can sell very cheaply, and they started calling this rock after its shape, or crack after the noise made when smoking it. And in 1985, the press and the police thought bazuco and crack were the same thing until the police in the South Bronx started interrogating heroin addicts about it and found out that dealers had tried to sell bazuco, but nobody used it, but crack was everywhere in LA and New York. What made crack popular was the fact that you could purchase a hit for like maybe $10. So where powder cocaine had largely been a rich man's drug, crack became the poor man's drug. And also the hit from crack was far more intense, though the high only lasted for about 10 minutes. But in terms of how dangerous it was, crack is chemically virtually the same thing as powder cocaine, but by making it smokable, you're no longer limited by the nasal membranes, so you're able to take in far larger and more potent dose at one time. So the media started jumping on this. Later in 1985, the CBS Evening News ran a story showing images of a baby shivering from withdrawals. The reporter, Susan Spencer, she reported that the baby was exposed to cocaine as a fetus and was now suffering from withdrawals, and she called this a cocaine baby. Now, the interesting thing is that this was completely untrue. Most likely, the baby they were showing did inherit heroin addiction from the mother, which is a thing, but the reporter was simply saying it was a coke-addicted baby. But cocaine addiction doesn't cause withdrawals. The addictive aspects of cocaine is very different from heroin. Cocaine addiction is more aptly referred to as reinforcement, which means that using it makes people want to use more, but you don't suffer chemical withdrawals when you stop. But the report of cocaine-addicted babies was based off of a single study done by Dr. Ira Chasnoff that was published in the New England Journal of Medicine. And the study looked at 23 women and suggested a possible link between health problems and cocaine. The problem in the study is that the women were also drinking alcohol, they were smoking tobacco, they were smoking marijuana, all while pregnant, and they had poor prenatal care and other variables that were not controlled for. But the media ran with the story and started reporting on cocaine-addicted infants. Another scientist, Dr. Claire Coles, who specializes in babies who had fetal exposure to these substances, tobacco and alcohol and marijuana, she read the study and incorporated cocaine into her own research and started trying to set reporters straight on the matter when they called to ask her for her expert opinion. And instead of reporting the truth, which is that there was no discernible link between fetal cocaine exposure and health issues, the reporters stopped calling Dr. Coles.
What I'm hoping that you're seeing here is that the hero of the conservative movement was selling drugs for hostages so that he could get credit for what a good guy he was. The Oliver North, this man, everybody was so proud of him. What a good Republican. He tried to burn everything and show that, yeah, we were doing this under the table, but that's how you've got to do it. The only things that didn't get out that they really didn't focus on is that they were then with the cocaine that they had, what could they do to fund it? They were selling it on the street. It's all so clear. It's all right there that, what was that? Tom Cruise, and when you make a movie about it. American, whatever that was, they make it exciting. It's something you can joke about now. I'm being a little bit, normally, you can't trust anything anymore. You get strikes. Does anybody really care? Does anybody really think, that this matters? Look at that. They don't even show it. Insane.
This is the United States Drug Enforcement Agency. We are ordering you to land. All right, boys. Let's land. Easy.
My name's Barry Seal. That's for the damage. For your sister. Hello, darling. And your back.
Some of this shit really happened.
You never saw me.
Cop your class in the Civil Air Patrol. A pilot like you shouldn't be flying buses.
Welcome to Miami. Welcome to Bakersfield.
Haven't you ever wanted something more, Barry? You should be serving your country. Your CIA. We need you to deliver stuff for us.
Oh, this is legal? If you're doing it for the good guys.
Barry Seals, a goddamn genius.
You are an airline pilot, Barry. That's how you support this family.
This is gonna be good for us.
Oh my goodness. Let me just say hello to everybody, see what's going on. I've been to Victoria. Vicky, how are you guys doing? Been a while, just been showing this stuff. Hope there's still showing there's still people around. This comment was posted at 20 to 7, 45 minutes ago. I understand it, but I'm really hearing just in case, one of my dreams is not being fulfilled tonight, to be a platform where truthers and everybody can do it. And it's because, they want to hit it and get a quick jump on. Nobody wants to come in and talk and say, maybe we should do, show this or that or the other thing, anything but this. What I want to do is talk about the Bible 1,000 years past, golden age past, the Middle Ages were a bunch of baloney. I had a whole topics and everything we covered earlier about common law. We can do it all again, or we can just keep rolling. And that's probably what I'll do. Sharing the conditions, some rains going on over there. This guy's still trying to refute the Trinity, which is a good thing to do. But he'll lead you to British Israelites that, of course, it wasn't their problem. Vatican and the Jesuits, that's always good topics. The focus on the war
advisor to the Ukrainian
is that the perfect storm. Is it the perfect storm?
across much of the West and certainly in the United States, then this is a real, as the media even says themselves, perfect storm for producers across the world. And to underscore that, here's one last article from Reuters. Brazil farmers are bracing for a potential fertilizer pinch due to the Ukraine crisis. Brazilian agricultural exports may lose their competitive edge due to a scarcity of fertilizer and soaring prices for these key inputs if Russia's invasion of Ukraine triggers Western sanctions on Russia's fertilizer exports, or even failing the sanctions if they can't ship them, right? If missiles are flying around willy-nilly hitting merchant vessels. Quote, Brazil relies on imports for about 85% of its fertilizer needs, Russia being the biggest supplier of the NPK mixture. And even before the Ukraine conflict, fertilizer prices were climbing due to global logistics issues, US sanctions on Belarus, and China's absence from the market. China's not selling
the more I think about it, I wouldn't want to, people could probably look at this as me saying, I told you so. And I didn't like being the guy I told you so about all of this, but here we are. We're at freaking war, and they're doing everything they said they were going to do. Everything that was predicted by me, and they're just, they're running it, waiting on war. It's happening now. France talking about it.
Russia's invasion of Ukraine has been met by condemnation across the board from NATO members. But the 30-nation military alliance has underlined it is staying out of the conflict and will not put boots on the ground in Ukraine, instead providing Kiev with weapons and support.
The NATO allies continue to provide this.
So I'm not going to dig in. Been 5 hours. I'd like to come back later. I'll come back with more of a topic, I could do something, and the hope is where the hope is. It's in the Bible. I've read the scriptures that I find pertinent, and I'm going to keep my own temple in good shape right now by giving it some good food, doing some stretching, doing my own research and Bible study, and Lord willing, I'll be back with you again, sharing the word for as long as we have this internet connection. I'll be here saying and ending shows like this. It's a flat earth nation. I'm never going to tell you anything else. Why would I? I'm trying to prove I have your best interest at heart. Whether you care or whether you have your own best interest at heart yourself.